Mr. Clark, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, and welcome to tonight's meeting of the Gilbert Governing Board. It is July 28th. We welcome all of you who are here, present with us in the main boardroom, those who are present in the overflow room, and all those of you who are on live stream. We will start our meeting with a moment of silence. Then we'll go into a pledge led by Ms. Uggetti, and then the roll call. So if you'll please join me in a moment of silence.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ms. Uggetti. Ms. Wilson, item 1.04, would you please call the roll?
Miss Lori Wood,
Here.
Miss Sheila Ujedi,
Here.
Mr. Reed Carr,
Here.
Miss Jill Humphreys,
Here.
Dr. Charles Santa Cruz.
Here.
Mr. President, all board members are present. You have a quorum.
Thank you, Mrs. Wilson. We would need to approve tonight's agenda, item 2.01. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve tonight's agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Ujedi. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Humphreys. Any discussion? Seeing none, then we will call for the vote. All those in favor of tonight's agenda and the approval thereof, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed by
Aye.
same. Motion carries 5-0. Item 3.01. We are into the superintendent's report. Dr. McCord.
Thank you, Dr. Santa Cruz, governing board members. Thanks to everybody for joining us this evening. Today, our new teachers reported for work, those that are new to the profession and those that are new to Gilbert Public Schools. We held several small group virtual meetings to welcome those who are new to GPS, and this year we have approximately 130 new teachers. And for my interactions with them today, we definitely got the cream of the crop. From our communications and marketing department, I'd like to officially acknowledge the incredible achievement of Terry Bradford, Chris Hobart, and everyone who contributed to the creation, implementation, and development of www.gilbertschools.net/thrive, including our high school counselors and career liaison staff. Thank you also to our district supporters, especially Marcy Taylor, Barbara Newman, and Brandy Burton for fully supporting this initiative, and to our high school principals and administrators for all your support. The other day, we found out that Thrive has won a national award for the National School PR Association, earning Merit Award in the Internet category. We're so excited to see how important a resource Thrive will be going forward, especially for our high schoolers this year. This award specifically goes to Terry Bradford, who worked tirelessly and expertly to make Thrive what it is and continues to be the forefront of Thrive, and also to Chris Hobart, who brought the idea forward as a solution and supported the work from the start. So congratulations to them. I want to talk about our bond rating. On Tuesday, July 28th of this summer, today, Gilbert Public Schools sold its school improvement bonds, project of 2015 and 2019 Series 220. Proceeds in the amount of $40 million will be deposited into our bond building fund on August 20th of 2020. The demand for the district's bond issues was significant. $221.5 million of investor orders were received for $34.3 million offered at the time of sale, which was 6 times outsubscribed. The true interest cost of bonds was 0.609%, which is an all-time historical low rate for bonds issued by the district. GPS's strong rating of AA2 by Moody's and AA- by S&P were affirmed during this process. The rating agencies credited the following reasons for our ratings. 1, large and growing tax base in the Phoenix metro area anchored by moderate resident income levels. The district's healthy financial position has materially improved with consecutive operating surplus in the last 5 fiscal years and should remain healthy with conservative enrollment budgeting and prudent management. And lastly, the district's low outstanding debt with rapid principal amortization is a strength. So congratulations to our finance department, Ms. Betts, for making Gilbert Public Schools a very financially healthy place to be. How much will we save on that, Ms. Betts, for our taxpayers in the coming years? Well, it was a good shot. You could have made up a number, but no, I'm glad you didn't. But again, that's extraordinary, so thank you for that. We started our school year. Our school year begins on Wednesday, August 5th. This school year, like the ending of last school year, will be something we've never experienced before. All of our teachers and students will start online, and we will make it the very best experience we can. Let me say this publicly, we will run into some bumps when we kick this off. Make no mistakes, but we will do all we can to make sure that we correct them and as fast as we can. Please know we miss our children and we miss our staff. There is no doubt about that. We are doing all we can to look out for the best interests of everyone involved in educating and raising our students. Tonight we will discuss the reopening of the 2020-2021 school year. There will be differing opinions on this subject, and guess what? That's okay. More than anything tonight, I want everyone to remember that we care about each other. This district, this community, was built on the backs of people who taught us that in order to be successful in anything we do, we must first build relationships and have respect for each other. In times like this, that's easy to forget. There have been several moments over the last 5 months that I've forgotten about that myself. I've had to stop and remember why I do what I do, and quickly I remembered. I do this for our students, staff, and our community. I do this for the people I've worked with side by side for the past 5 months. I do this for my family, and I do this for myself. As we move through the evening, let's not lose sight of what's important, our students and each other. Dr. Santa Cruz, that concludes my report for tonight.
Thank you, Dr. McCord. We are now at item 4, a request to speak to the governing board, item 4.01. Ms. Wood, would you want to read that, or would you prefer the recorded message?
Let's just do the recorded. Is that ready?
That's fine. Please play the recorded message on the admonition. Body on an issue within the jurisdiction of the public body. The board may make an open call to the public during a public meeting, subject to reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions to allow individuals to address the public body on an issue within the jurisdiction of the public body. At the conclusion of the open call to the public, individual board members may respond to criticism made by those who have addressed the board, may ask the staff to review a matter, or may ask a matter to be put on a future agenda. However, members of the board shall not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during the open call to the public unless the matters are properly noticed for discussion and legal action. During the open call, the board requests that speakers refrain from voicing complaints against school personnel or any person connected with the district, as it may impact due process rights. Policy KE, KEB, and KED are provided by the board for disposition of legitimate complaints, including those involving individuals. Forms required for use of these policies can be obtained from the Gilbert Public Schools website. Thank you. I would like to acknowledge the fact that Mr. Carr is with us. He had a commitment out of state. He is joining us telephonically, and that would round out the 5-member board. So Mr. Carr is with us by telephone. We will start with Kara Dodd, who would like to speak on item 7.03 of the agenda. And after Kara Dodd, it would be Megan Winter. Ms. Dodd.
Good evening, board members. My name is Kara Dodd, and I am speaking as an individual. I am a SPICE 1 autism teacher here in Gilbert. I would like to say thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I would like to thank Dr. McCord, the Special Education Department, our administrators, and the board for what they're doing for our students and staff here at GPS. As a special education teacher, I would like to share my concerns with online learning for our students. For the majority of our students with special needs, online will be extremely difficult. Most of our students see the computer as a reward and not as work. Our students with special needs need face-to-face learning, they need hands-on learning, they need certain therapy materials, and they need structure and routine. students with special needs need in person. I would hope with the new guidelines with reopening schools, our special education students will be able to be in person. Thank you for your time.
After Ms. Winter, we'll have Bonnie Hickman.
Good evening. Thank you. I would like to speak to you as Megan Winter, teacher of English language learners, community member, and mother of 5 GPS graduates. Putting on hold in-person learning would allow the district, the board, staff, and families to make better decisions. Right now, all decisions are being made without knowing the data and whether the board will accept or create their own measures. The personal feelings of many are to have students in the schools learning. This will happen. Students will come back to the seats. The question is when. I'd like to see personal knowledge and experience drive decisions with correct data and protocols. We have the buyers, contractors, some materials, but the blueprints are being made and waiting for approval of what will be considered safe. If there's a change in the trajectory, we could always move the in-person learning earlier. This would be easier change than to go back to online learning. We could even bring in subgroups of students in for one-on-one learning, such as special education students, title students, English learner students, and other vulnerable populations. I would love to see some kind of assurance that the board will accept the guidelines provided by the Secretary of Education of the state of Arizona. I personally need to know that the board will accept the data that will be provided by the governor and not start in person. I have medical issues that at this time force me to choose to teach online. There are many unknowns, such as how many students, face mask requirements, the opening matrices, and the protocols of the schools. I need that guidance of knowing to know when it is safe and knowing what you will accept. I'm hurting wondering if I made the right decision or did I make the wrong decision because I did not have the information or assurance from the board. If the board would delay the in-person opening, it would give you, the board, the time to get the data and guidelines from the governor. It would allow the board to develop their visions, guidelines, school protocols, and procedures. The district would have time to reassess family choices and staff matching. I know you hear all the time that I want to be with my students. I do too. I just think that we need to have policies, procedures, and guidelines to be in place. I respect each of you. I'm glad that each and every single one of you are sitting in those seats. This is a very difficult decision to make tonight. I am saddened that you have been put into this position. But I do promise you I will work hard and do my best in whatever position or what kind of learning environment I am working in this year. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Winter. After Mrs. Hickman, Martha Romero.
Hi, good evening, Board. My name is Bonnie Hickman, and I am a teacher at Patterson Elementary. This is my 26th year in the Gilbert District in the same classroom, and I just wanted to primarily thank you. This is probably not what you signed up for when you decided to run for the board, and I just want to thank you for all that you are doing and the fact that we trust you and that we know that we're in good hands, and we appreciate it. And I also would like to just state that the program that you've bought for our district so that we actually have something to teach from that will be an effective teaching tool is as good as it is. There are so many places that don't have that, and I just thank you for spending the money and using what you did to get us prepared for this kind of pandemic ahead of time. And it's going to be different. But I'm excited to see where it's going to go, and our kids are going to be okay. And just to the community that's listening right now, we're going to do well with your kids. This is not going to be like it was in March when we were doing crisis education and trying to figure this out. You know, there's one way to log in, there's one place to log in. You aren't going to be having to hunt all over to find things. So we have done a really good job with this for our parents and for our students. And I just want to thank you for being willing to be in this hot seat right now, because I would not want your jobs. And thank you all to the people that are in the district also that have put so much work into this, because I wouldn't want their jobs either. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hickman. Ms. Romero? Kathy Stager will come after Ms. Romero.
I'm a little short. Good evening. Thank you for your dedication to our district. My name is Martha Romero. I am a kindergarten teacher at Houston Elementary. I am here tonight to speak on behalf of delaying in-person school until the data says it is safe. I love teaching. I want to meet my new students in person and be back in school, but not until it's safe. Governor Ducey has said that we need to continue to social distance, wear masks, wash hands, and avoid large crowds. It is impossible to social distance in a classroom with 20, 30, 40, or even 60 students. If we open schools now, we are creating large crowds instead of avoiding them. Kindergarten students are not required to wear masks and are not great at washing hands or even staying in their own area, no matter how much I teach, model, and review the expectations. I do everything possible to keep my students safe while at school. It will be very difficult to do that this year in the middle of a pandemic. I also worry about myself and my colleagues being exposed and getting the virus. We have seen several teachers who were following proper precautions and died. Can you imagine the impact that would have on a young kindergarten student, or any student for that matter? It would impact them negatively for the rest of their life. When making your decision, please consider the data and the CDC guidelines to keep GPS students and staff safe. Teaching or learning online may not be ideal, but it is possible and the best choice for us right now. The COVID numbers continue to rise along with deaths. I worry if we open too soon, the COVID cases will skyrocket, which will force us to close the schools again. This would be detrimental to our students, staff, and community. I urge you to allow time for the numbers to decrease and flatten, which will allow students and teachers to be safe and give us time to learn the online expectations and be successful. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Stager.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Kathy Stager, and I'm speaking as an individual. I've been teaching in the Gilbert School District for over 35 years. I want to thank you for your time and dedication to our district. You are volunteered to guide us. Your experience and expertise is greatly appreciated. It's evident that you care deeply about students, the families, and staff, and we need your leadership now. I'm here tonight to ask that you wait to open our buildings until it is safe for the 4,500 employees and over 34,000 students to return. I earned an undergraduate and a master's degree in education to prepare myself to be an expert in the field. As a teacher, I am asked to use data to inform my decisions. I am also required to use research-based strategies and curriculum to address my students' needs. The research done by the people who have spent years studying and developing materials and methods to ensure a positive outcome. Now I'm asking you to use data and science to inform your decisions. I'm asking you to follow CDC guidelines to ensure a safe reopening. I'm asking not for a date, but a data-driven decision. Data and guidelines were created by doctors and experts who are educated and devoted their lives to understanding viruses. When Arizona reopened in May, the CDC guidelines were not followed and the infection skyrocketed. However, now that some guidelines are being followed, our numbers are improving. Following data and guidelines work. I know you are hearing from people who want you to open in-person classes now. They will not feel the responsibility of COVID-related illnesses and possible death among students, their families, and the staff. They will not have to explain the decision to hold face-to-face instruction when the data didn't support it. Please use data and scientific guidelines created by the experts in the field of virology, not a calendar date, to decide when our schools are safe to reopen. Thank you for your time.
Next up, we'll have Ms. Sherry Goodman, followed by Scott N. Cardona and Amy Rowe after Scott. Sherry Goodman? There she comes.
Thank you. I'm very glad to be here today. I'm speaking as a parent, a mother of 5, 4 who have graduated from Highland High School and 1 who's still in the program. I cannot sing the praises enough of the teachers, administrators there, and I hope it can continue. I keep hearing the word data. We need to wait to see data. If we look at other countries right now, we can see that those who've gone back to school, they have not seen outbreaks. This has gone on for months. We have not outbreaks. If we look at daycare centers that have remained open here, same thing. We do not have outbreaks happening. So if we're waiting for data, we have data. We have 2 options on the table really here. We have those who want to go back to school, those who do not feel safe. Those who do not want to go back already have that option. Right now, you can stay home, you can teach online, you can be online. You get to have that option. Those of us who would like to go back, who need our kids back in school, need to be able to have that option, and we understand the risk that might happen because of that decision. We have teachers who want to go back also understanding that risk. I am a parent of a child with special needs. There is not an online program that will work for my son. It has been devastating him losing this program that he loved. It was his only social experience to be at this school with the most amazing teachers. And there's no way my child can be online at home. So my options will be to pull him out and to homeschool him, to quit my job, and to be his only social experience that he has because of this option. So I don't understand how being online and waiting for data will be able to serve any of these kids with special needs communities. It will not work. For those teachers who do not feel safe, you have the options to be home and teaching online. And if you choose not to do that or do not want to go back when it's time, you have the option of quitting your job. Just like my husband is a police officer, if he chose not to go back to work when this happened and did not want to be on the streets with the protest, in fact, we weren't even allowed to leave the state for a vacation for months, he would also have to quit his job. Workers in the grocery stores, doctors, nurses also had that option to quit their job if they do not feel safe. And I understand there's times when we don't feel safe, but teachers are blessed with the opportunity to be able to teach from home and earn an income as well with many opportunities. So once again, we have those who want to stay home with every option to do so, and that is your right, and I understand the fear that some have. You're absolutely welcome to stay home, but we need to have that right to be able to go back to school. And I just hope that the board will listen, because there will not be a date that it will be completely safe for us to go back. There will not be a vaccine that will be 100%. There will never be a completely perfect setting. So that is what I'd like to say to the board, and I thank you for your job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Goodman.
I'm sorry, can I ask people to refrain from clapping? We just want to hear everyone's point of view. And when we clap for people, it really drives the division in the community, and we all have to come together and make a very difficult decision. So I would ask people to refrain from clapping.
Mr. Incardona.
Good evening. I appreciate this time for the board to give us the opportunity to comment. My name is Scott Incardona. I'm here as a parent of a elementary school age child who attends here in Gilbert. And I just am asking the board to please delay school, in-person schooling. I would like you to make the decision based on health and guidelines, and I think that's extremely important. It's a very tough decision being on the board, but as a parent, I have concerns, excuse me, for teachers and for the students. and I thank you for the opportunity to comment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Amy Rowe, followed by Amy Woods.
Thank you, Governing Board and Superintendency, for the opportunity to speak here. My name is Amy Rowe, and I am here speaking on behalf of myself, my family, my son, and my community. Oh, goodness. I'm a longtime resident of Gilbert. My husband and I are both graduates of Gilbert High School. Our son attends Gilbert Public Schools, and I've had the honor of being a special education teacher in the district for nearly 20 years. I've never spoken publicly like this before. I'm very nervous. But I felt compelled to speak about the reopening schools during the current COVID-19 pandemic. At first, I thought I would come and tell you all the reasons we shouldn't open, why we're not ready, like lack of building space to allow for social distancing, limited training for staff on proper sanitation, lack of ventilation in our classrooms in the older buildings, widespread community transmission of COVID, fear and anxiety of staff, parents, and students in regards to getting sick or possibly worse. I'm sure everyone's already very well versed in all of that. Then I thought maybe I'd bring in some inspirational quotes or statistics or personal anecdote to persuade you. However, I'm sure your inboxes are overflowing with stories, newspaper articles, and science references. So instead, I decided to be a more pragmatic approach, and I will ask the Governing Board and Superintendency to consider the following action items to protect the nearly 40,000 students and staff that you serve here. First, I'd like you to delay in-person reopening of schools beyond the August 17th date recommended by Governor Ducey originally, so that we have time to plan properly and prepare whatever method parents are choosing for their children. Perhaps consider reopening our elementary campuses before secondary, since emerging research shows that younger children are less susceptible to serious complications of this illness. And those parents have childcare concerns as well. Considered a staggered reopening schedule on campuses, such as 9th grade comes in for 1 week as the only grade, and then you add on additional grades each week until the campus is at full capacity, allowing students and staff to practice the new guidelines in a smaller group with less repercussions of error. Mandatory cap on class sizes based on the size of the room the students are in, not just their grade levels. Knowing that older buildings may have smaller rooms than some of the newer campuses. Perhaps we should adjust student schedules and/or offer 6/5 to secondary level teachers to help reduce those class sizes to allow that social distancing. Requiring face coverings and masks for all students, pre-K and up, as well as staff, to reduce transmission. I implore you to take action tonight on this important issue so that teachers, staff, students, and parents can begin planning for a safe return to campuses when the time is right. Thank you so much for your time.
Next, we have Amy Wood, followed by Jocelyn Kozier.
Thank you for hearing us tonight. My name is Amy Woods, and I'm speaking as a parent of 2 kids that are left in Gilbert Public Schools. I have a son who graduated as well. I would like to speak a few minutes on the importance of the kids going back to school in person. I have a daughter who will be a sophomore at Highland High School and a daughter going into 8th grade at Greenfield Junior. I never thought I would hear my daughter say, "Please let us go back to school. We miss our friends, we miss our teachers." My daughter, who will be a sophomore, said, "I'm really nervous. I didn't learn one new thing this spring." And she did every single thing, and we checked, that she was asked to do. I understand that they say everything will change and be new. I do believe that, but they need to be at school in person. One of our major reasons for wanting for the kids to go back to school is that it is not the same learning online. Yes, one of our major reasons is wanting them to go back for their education. They need to learn and be prepared for the entrance exams in college and what they need to get them there. But equally as important is the effects on school socialization for children at school. Learning to socialize face-to-face is one of the most important school skills that we will learn at school. These kids are already looking at too many screens during the day. The last thing they need is all of their schooling to be online, staring at screens all day long with no ability to ask their teacher in person or ask a classmate questions. Asking questions and learning to talk and speak in front of others is such a vital skill to develop. You simply can't do that when you're not in the classroom. Also, I think you're forgetting how valuable it is to see friends in the hallway during lunch or after school. For some children, this is their only safe interaction they get all day long. Are we thinking about those kids? Some of you are saying it is not safe for these kids to go back. On July 24th, Tim Pierce with the Daily Wire stated the CDC, as well as the American Academy of Pediatrics, is endorsing schools reopening in person. The CDC says that best evidence they can find says COVID-19 poses low risk to school-age children, and they are unlikely to be the major driver of the spread of the virus. They stated we need to invest in our children and their well-being. They are one of America's greatest assets. If children are left at home in isolation, it can put these children in abusive homes at major risk. CNN Health Report states self-isolation forces victims of abuse to be trapped with their abusers. Stress heightens in the likelihood of abuse. Too many parents being their child's teacher is going to be an added major stress. Teachers and school coaches are a safety net to those children from many abusive homes. Many times these children open up to their teacher or a friend at school. If they are isolated at home, who are they talking to? Please remember, we need to be a voice for all of our school-age children. We can't forget these kids and their need to be in school, learning and socializing. Thank you for your time. Thank you for all that you do.
Jocelyn Crozier, and then Kyle Noble, and after Mr. Noble, Elizabeth Garcia.
Hi, my name is Jocelyn Kauser. I am a mother from the school district. I have 4 children. One just graduated, one in high school, junior high, and I also have a first grader. I am here to ask you to get our kids back into the classroom as soon as possible. We are all here, every single one of us, because we value education. I know that. We are all parents, educators, teachers that know the importance of education. That's a given. We're all on the same page there. And I know that's exactly why each of you serve on the board, is because you know how important education is for our children. As a board, though, your job, as stated on the GPS website, is the board will act as the general agent of the state of Arizona in carrying out the will of the people of this district. Our teachers and employees of this district have a voice. They have unions and they have administrations that represent them. I've heard that our teachers have voiced their opinions when they were surveyed, and the overwhelming majority of them would like to come back and teach in person. Our children, however, only have one voice, and that is yours. The teachers' unions did not vote you in. We did. The families in this community voted you here, and we have faith in you that you will do what is best for our children. We have faith that you will listen to our concerns and govern this district in ways that are in our children's best interests. We have heard from many organizations, such that Amy stated, the American Academy of Pediatrics, CDC, the World Health Organization, that are all encouraging kids to get back in school and off these screens as soon as possible. I know that the parents in our community understand this, and it showed when 89% of us asked for our children to attend school in person one way or another, either full-time or in a hybrid situation. Only 11% of our district asked for their students to go online. That was just a survey taken less than 2 weeks ago. And that is how the district feels. You have an important job, and that is to represent the families in the community that put you here. With this overwhelming majority asking for an in-person education, I don't see how you can make any other decision than to send our kids back to school. I agree that we should offer online options because there are families that don't feel comfortable with this. And as we have heard, there are teachers that don't feel comfortable with this. And that is why we have the online option. We have that option for that 11% of the students and that small percentage of the teachers that do want to teach online. But to me, the bottom line is we as parents know our children. We know what is best for them. We know what they desperately need right now. And as a board, you know how this community feels. You asked us and we spoke. I am asking that you have the courage and the ingenuity to carry out the will of the people in this district. Do not let a union dictate what is best for our kids. Let the parents dictate what is best for our children. If someone wants to stay online, they can. Let the other 89% of us do what is best for our children. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Kyle Nobley. I'm a parent of a child at Finley Farms. You're facing a very difficult decision right now, but you're all on this board because we trust you to make the right decision even when it's tough, to not take the easy way out and to do the right thing for our students and teachers. We tell our kids what's popular isn't always right and what's right isn't always popular. Right now is the time to put that mantra to use. There's a very vocal group of people out there trying to pressure you into making the wrong decision. The truth is, there's no way you can even consider opening schools to in-person learning at this point in time. We have no idea exactly how bad the spread is in our community because the testing and reporting has been so woefully inadequate. Sonoran Quest alone is reporting a testing backlog of over 40,000 tests right now. On top of the backlog, we have a 12 to 15 day turnaround on getting test results. The first step to containing a pandemic is to have good, accurate, and timely testing. We failed at step one and thus have no business considering any step past that, such as reopening schools. From the little that we do know, Arizona is getting absolutely slammed by COVID. As of today, one Arizonan dies every 14 minutes from this virus. Until the testing and reporting is back under control, we will have absolutely no idea what's going on in our community, and thus any reopening metrics given by the Department of Health will be completely useless. Further, what kind of plan do you have to keep our students and teachers safe? What happens if a student tests positive? Does the whole class have to quarantine? Does the teacher? What about if a teacher tests positive? Who quarantines then? What about if a student's family member tests positive? Does that student need to quarantine? How can you even attempt to teach kids with any consistency if you have to constantly be sending students and teachers home for quarantines? And if you're not going to be quarantining positive cases and those they come in contact with, then how can you say that you're doing everything you can to protect the health and safety of our students and teachers? Will you be offering counselors when a teacher dies and students feel responsible? What about when a parent dies and the student believes they brought the virus home from school? Do you have enough subs for when teachers are out sick or quarantining? Do you have enough resources in the schools so students don't have to share computers and books? Do you have enough desks to spread everyone out in every classroom? Do you have enough floor space to spread everyone out adequately? Who will be providing hand sanitizer and disinfectant wipes? Teachers are already supplying their own school supplies. Will they have to provide these items as well? As a state, Arizona rushed to reopen, and look how poorly that's turned out. Let's learn from our mistakes and not repeat them. So considering the massive testing backlog, the slow turnaround on testing, and the huge amount of unanswered questions regarding the health and safety of our students and teachers, I say we are nowhere near ready to even consider opening the schools up at this point in time. We have to push back the in-person school date well beyond the August 17th date. My biggest hope for this year is that we don't have to start morning announcements with a moment of silence, and every yearbook doesn't have to have several pages of remembrances at the back for all the students and teachers that we lost to COVID this year. You know what the right decision is. Please don't be afraid to make it.
Next, we have Elizabeth Garcia, followed by Colby Ashton and Nevin Cawley.
Good evening to the board and the superintendent. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Liz Garcia. The last time I addressed this board was in 1992 as the first Ecology Club president at Mesquite Junior High. Now, my husband and I are GPS graduates. My children both attend Greenfield Junior High. I teach at Gilbert High, and I am a taxpayer within this district. I cannot imagine being more invested in this community. I'm here tonight as a parent and a teacher to ask you to please make the decision to postpone the start of school until at least after fall break. First, as a parent, I do not feel that my children are safe to go back yet. Even so, I have serious concerns about Global Academy. I understand that some of our teachers will teach the online curriculum for the year and that we will not be hiring additional staff. That means we will have fewer in-person teachers. If in-person classes are reduced to accommodate safety measures such as social distancing per the CDC, much like we're practicing here in this room, the only way for the overall average class size to stay the same is for online numbers to skyrocket. How will my children's teachers give meaningful feedback or tutoring when they have far more students than in a typical year, all while in-person teachers have less than their normal amount of students? Have you thought about how to navigate this, and when do you plan to tell parents how this is going to work? There are families with concerns for going back prematurely, and those kids still deserve the education that GPS is known for. If we postpone the start of school, students can be in reasonable class sizes, and hopefully then our community will be ready for safe in-person instruction. Next, as a teacher, I want you to know that I very much look forward to being back in the classroom when it's safe. I don't think we're there yet, and not knowing is so frustrating. Teachers are planners. We spend time during breaks and weekends planning for our students. Teachers are problem solvers. We differentiate instruction and find inventive ways to reach all of our students. Being in limbo has prevented us from planning, and it has prevented us from finding solutions for our students. The truth is, we don't know when we'll be able to go back. Postponing until after fall break gives us the time to plan and find meaningful ways to reach our students. Instead of spending our time wondering what tomorrow brings, we can exhale and do what we do best. Finally, I want to share something that one of my mentors, Shar Fujino, would ask me when I felt conflicted. What's best for kids? It always gave me such clarity, and it still does today. I understand that what is best for every child right now may be different, but ultimately, having teachers who are focused on them and the curriculum, not all of the what ifs, will be the best education that they can get. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, board. It's good to see everybody. Superintendent, it's good to see you. I'm a little nervous as I'm standing here in front of you. I got my hair cut today, though, so I hope I look all right. I felt compelled to come here tonight. A little over 2 years ago, we were in a tough situation, and I felt like then a very vocal minority and well-organized minority spoke their piece, which ultimately led to the abandonment of my children, leaving them without teachers and a classroom to go to. My concern today is that vocal minority is also going to drive this bus when most of us want our kids in the classroom. So let's open the schools on August 17th to in-person learning. As has been stated, those families that are worried about the health and safety of their children can enroll them online. Those teachers that are worried about their own health can teach online. The rest of us want our kids in the classroom, butts in the chairs, pardon my language. I'll sign a waiver. Have your legal department work one up. I'll sign it. The teachers that want to come back, they can sign the waiver. But let's learn in the classroom. And let's let those who don't want to be in the classroom have that option as well. The district has done a great job over the last couple years of slowing the flow of students out of the district into charter schools, homeschooling, private schools. We had a problem, and the district has done a great job in selling the district to the parents of a great place to learn. If GPS decides to remain closed, that loss of students will turn again into a waterfall, to the point where the only items on the board's agenda in the future will be which schools are we going to close next, which teachers do we have to let go, which administrative departments are we going to have to shut down. I don't want that. I've had two students go through Gilbert Public Schools, and I have 2 more still here. And hopefully someday I'll even have grandkids come to through this great school district. I want it to remain great. I want it to remain healthy. I want my kids in the chairs on August 17th. Thank you.
After Mr. Colley, is that Colley or Callie?
It's Cully.
Cully.
Yes, sir.
Angela.
So I am Nevin Cully. I am a teacher and a parent of, I'm no longer a parent of students here with Gilbert because all 4 of them have gone through. My last one went through this past year. So thank you. You did a good job with them. I want to talk about 2 things. The first has been said a lot, so I won't say a lot about that. And that's an abundance of caution. We've used that term quite a bit because this calls for it. This situation calls for an abundance of caution. Governor Ducey has also said, like in everything that he puts out, the safest place to be is at home, right? He ends with that all the time. I know you guys are looking at the numbers. I know that you are going to get metrics and you're going to have the health department helping you through this. So I won't say a whole lot more about that because I know that you will do your job with the data. What I do want to say is I want to talk about stability. Parents and teachers need stability right now. And there's a lot of voices and they're all saying all kinds of different things. Really what they want is something stable. It may not look like how they want it to look, teachers and parents. We all understand that. But here's what I would like to see, and here's what I think will help everybody. If we go in this first 9 weeks and we say we're closed to in-person, we have the executive order that takes care of things like some people need to be in person. Some people need childcare. There's an executive order that covers that. But if we say for the first 9 weeks, we're closed to in-person, that takes care of a lot of the data. We can look at that at the end of the 9 weeks and say, are we ready to open? Or does the data say, continue to keep us closed? If it says continue to keep us closed, then give another definite date that we'll relook at it. That definite date gives parents time to plan. It gives students the knowledge that what they're doing for the next 9 weeks. It gives teachers time to plan and know what environment they're planning for. And then we make that new plan and go with that. We can take those steps. So that's what I'm asking. That's what I'm proposing. Thank you guys for your service and everything that you're doing. I know it's tough, and I love you guys, so you can do it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up is Angela Philpott, followed by Valerie Landgren and Joe Gusick.
Good evening. My name is Angela Philpott, and I am a parent of 3 Gilbert Public School students. My twin daughters, McKenna and Morgan, are 7th graders at Desert Ridge Junior High, and my son Mason is a sophomore at Desert Ridge High School. I am also an ELL teacher in the district. I am here tonight as a parent and an employee to plead that this governing body make the ethical choice to delay in-person school until the end of first quarter or when health metrics are met as deemed by professionals in the field. As I sit here and I look at all of us spaced apart with masks on, my classroom is not this big, and I have more than 20 students at a time. And so if our board is following these procedures and teachers in the field cannot follow these metrics, I don't know how we can ask teachers to go in person. And while other parents have said, well, you know, there's the option for online, there's the option to be in person, well, those children that are low transmitters supposedly have to work with adults. Adults have to be on campus, and those adults are out and doing whatever and bringing them back to those children, and those children are transmitters. And so as a 22-year veteran school teacher, I want to be in a classroom with my students more than anyone, especially my ELL students. They deserve in-person learning. However, I cannot risk my students' lives and their families' lives. A lot of my students live with grandparents who are elderly, and even though my students may not get as sick, it could be detrimental to their grandparents. And I do not want to attend the funeral of a student or of their families this school year, nor do I want to contract something and bring it back to my own loved ones. I hope that the district will adhere not to an arbitrary timeline that's not set by medical guidelines, but by an adopted calendar. COVID does not care what calendar is adopted by any elected body. This virus will sicken and kill anyone in its path, no matter how much we want our schools to reopen in person again. Our district acted responsibly in March and shut down in-person learning when the threat was growing. We protected our students and our employees, and we need to continue protecting them until the threat diminishes to manageable standards. My brother is also a teacher, but in Florida, and their schools are being required to reopen as child hospitalizations are starting to surge and have increased by 34% in the last 8 days. And while Florida has embraced the title Best of the Worst, let's not follow their lead. GPS should be showing their leadership to other districts that the health of employees and their students are top priority during this global pandemic. While online teaching is not ideal, it is the safest path during this time of uncertainty. Phoenix Union, Isaac, Deer Valley, Dysart, and a growing number of other Maricopa County districts have already calmed the fears of their employees, parents, and students by postponing in-person instruction until after first quarter. This allows time for numbers to flatten and gives teachers, parents, stability to make plans for virtual instruction instead of waiting for week-by-week numbers. We lost an educator from my home county who taught summer school, and they took every precaution with PPE, with her and her brother still passed away. So how can we open schools knowing this? I implore this body to trust the public health professionals and make a data-driven decision to postpone in-person instruction and protect our students and staff and stop community spread of this virus. Thank you.
First, I wanted to start off and say thank you to Dr. McCord and the board members for taking the time. My name is Valerie Landman. 5 years ago, I proudly joined the GPS family as an educator, leaving my full-time position at a hospital pharmacy. I've been there for 14 years and still work there during the summer. Thinking back to my first year teaching, yikes, it was challenging. The next year was equally as challenging. But something was different. I connected with the students, the teachers, the staff. I found my spot. I found my family. The GPS way is to connect, create, and care. The final day to decide what my kids were going to do for school, I was undecided. I was at my wit's end. And at 6 p.m. that Friday, I had a really good conversation with my principal. He didn't have many answers for me, but I felt that he had the best interest for the teachers at my school at heart. I decided to try and teach flex until I was told I would be teaching 2 groups of kids. So in my mind, I would have double the students, double the amount of parents, and double the exposure to families. So why not just teach Global Academy like myself and many other GPS teachers I have talked to? We don't want to lose our position at our schools. And we don't want to leave our school families that we've worked so hard to gain. I know many parents have talked about how they want their students to have a normal school year. I want the same for my 2 kids. What about working parents? I'm one of them too. We're trying to make it work. I'm also in a social media group with doctors and nurses talking about COVID here in Arizona. I have assembled a few quotes. Teachers didn't choose to be frontline workers. Teachers shouldn't be putting their life on the line and be forced to go back to school. Healthcare staff at least have PPE. Teachers don't. Teachers are working on creating their own PPE out of their own money because they are concerned for their safety. My current class roster has 4 fewer students on it than last year. How are we supposed to keep our students distanced and safe? It's up to us, the parents, the teachers, leaders in our community, to show our children not to bury our heads in the sand, but to embrace this new normal. Just as if one of my kids was diagnosed with diabetes, would we just ignore the fact that they have a medical issue because we want them to have a normal childhood experience? No, we would embrace it. We'd give them the medicine and we would make it a new normal. That's what a parent does. They teach their children to face difficulty in life and not just to ignore it. Parents are their kids' first teachers. This shows we are not ready to return students to the classroom. I don't want to end up like the educators in Chandler and attend one of my colleagues' funerals, or worse, a student's. We do have the technology now, the resources, a curriculum path like Florida Virtual. Let's utilize it to our benefit. So, I please urge you to let teachers stay with their school families and remain online past August 17th. Thank you.
Next, we have Joe Gusick, followed by Kelly Slater and Terry Playman.
Board President, fellow board members, Superintendent McCord, all GPS, parents, taxpayers, and last but not least, students. As I always tell you, I'm Joe Gusick. I'm the lovable, slightly annoying American. I'm the Education Lorax. I've had to make this comment before to this board, and I will make this comment to the entire community. We elect boards and have 5 different people for a good reason. This is their test, not our test. The Constitution of the United States and the First Amendment gives us the right to petition our government. It does not give us the right to push the button for them. You will have an election at some point in the future, and you can make a decision then based upon their collective actions. We need to make sure that we honor that. As I've said before, 5-0, 4-1, 3-2, 2-3, 1-4-0-5, we go forward. That is the DNA of an American citizen. Decisions are to be made, and we execute. This board, these 5, are the guardians of this institution on behalf of all of us. They don't just have a decision of one singular child, but they have of over 33,000. Some 4,000 staff members. This institution financially as a whole, today, tomorrow, and forward in the future. I definitely heard somebody say that, hey, I'll sign off on an agreement. Fair enough. Don't think it'll stand up in court. We need to make decisions that are based upon that. The one key metric for me is that the fact that we don't have currently today in the state of Arizona 24-hour turnaround on COVID testing. Dependable. There is one board member, I supported it when he lost, and community members did not treat him very well. I supported him again to be on this board for a very good reason, and I supported him to be back on this board. So I call on Mr. Reed Carr board member, Reed Carr, to use his talents to go help this district secure the necessary assets to make that happen. We need 24-hour turnaround. The Marlins had 13 players with it, 2 more today, plus their thing. Half the team is out of action. I simply say to you, you will open the schools when we have that 24-hour turnaround, because that will give us the opportunity to have a true workflow. And until then, I'm sorry, for me, as an individual, sharing my thoughts and ideas with you, it's a no-go. You've got to go get that. Thank you.
Hello, I am Dr. Kelly Slater. My husband, Dr. Nick Slater, may or may not join us because we have our kids with us today. So we're here as individuals, and we are both full-time doctors and full-time parents in the morning and the second that we get home until the kids either pass out or we just lay on the couch until we're going to pass out. So to say that we want to send our kids to school full-time is an understatement. Our oldest is going into kindergarten. That leaves us with 3 more at home who are not school age and are currently not attending daycare. They used to, but you know, with COVID and being doctors, it's hard to send them to school. But we are pro full-time school. And I feel like the fact that we have been offered the flexibility to either send them to school full-time, flex time, or keep them at home, that should be more than enough for parents and teachers. My in-laws are teachers. I have nothing against, you know, people wanting to stay home to be safe, whether it's keeping their kids home to be safe or themselves staying home to be safe. But they have that option. That's the part that I'm not understanding about all of these talks, is they have the option to stay home. Do I know every little thing about how it all works and how many teachers get to stay home? Of course not. That's not my realm. My realm is being a doctor, and being a doctor, I understand the CDC guidelines like you cannot believe. I answer to many other higher medical authorities on top of it. Sterilization is obviously of significant importance to our practice in order to continue having any source of income for these kids. So we do get wanting to be safe and, you know, preventing the disease, but this data everybody keeps talking about I don't know if we're just watching Fox News or everybody's watching CNN, but like the cases are supposed to go up. Everybody is supposed to have contracted this at some point. We're all supposed to have some sort of antibody to this eventually. Am I saying I want to go out and have a COVID party? Of course I don't. But the percentage of the deaths are going down. The cases, that's what we're focusing on, are going up. The countries, like someone else previously said, who didn't shut down the schools and didn't shut down their economy, guess what? They're doing just fine. That's not to say that Gilbert Public Schools has to open their school August 17th, even though I pray to God that they do. It's just to say that the facts are there. How we perceive them all seems to be so different. I mean, I don't know how else to explain it. It seems like those people who come up here and talk who don't want school to start are those who either have, I don't know, I don't want to say too much. Like they're afraid, and they should be because they watch the media is what I'm assuming. But this is a disease of the elderly, people with comorbidities. Children, not so much. I get that adults are obviously teaching them and they don't know who the other adults are around. I get that. But I don't see a reason to shut down an entire school district because of that. If we were afraid of that, then we shouldn't have school because of the common cold. We should cancel school all fall because of the flu. That's insane to me. To say that because COVID just came around that we're going to cancel school for the next 2 years until everybody's inoculated with it is insane. I'm not sure, he's gone, so obviously he has nothing to add to that, but I feel for the people who work. Obviously there's probably a lot of mothers who work full-time. Being a stay-at-home mom, I don't think I could do it. I mean, I like working and I love my kids, but it's a lot. It's a lot. And those people if they need to send their kids to school, whether it be because they want their kids to have the socialization, they need somebody else to teach them. I'm a terrible teacher. There's a reason I'm not a teacher. I thought about being a kindergarten teacher. It's not for me. My kid going into kindergarten, I'm not quite sure how to do that at all, actually, and watch 4 other kids in the evening. You're also asking me to give up all the free time I have, fun time with my kids, every single evening until we decide to open up school. We wake up, just like every kid in the universe hates waking up. We go to my work right now. They are watched by somebody while I work all day, while he works all day. Then we come home, and right now we have the opportunity to watch TV as a family and do all that kind of stuff. I'm supposed to come home and then sit on the computer with my son for however long, doing all his schoolwork all day long. I'm not trying to push it off on someone, and I get parents or teachers. We teach him the best we can every day. But I cannot give up all my fun family free time between me and my husband because we didn't want to open this up because of a virus. I just can't do that. So please, please open the schools up. I'd have you open them up tomorrow if I could, but please don't push it back any further. Thank you.
We have Terry Playman, followed by Samuel Ashby, and then our final person will be Amber Franco.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. I am a parent of 3 Gilbert Public Schools students. One graduated and is on his way. He's been at NAU for the last 3 years. 2 daughters, a 7th grader and a sophomore. I'm a native Arizona girl, and I know, like most of you, we've grown up, or the way we grew up getting to go to school in our own neighborhood. There weren't boundary exceptions. There weren't charter schools around. We're blessed that we have many options for our students based on their learning ability and their skills and what works best for each student. My daughters, I gave them the option. I said, what would you guys like to do? And they both said, Mom, we want to be back in class. This online learning, they didn't learn anything. I asked my daughter just last night, I said, how do you really feel about this? And she said, Mom, I don't feel like I learned anything last year at all. And she said, honestly, I don't think the teachers really care that much about us. They already have their education. So why would they care about ours? And that was out of her mouth. And it just really kind of hit home with me that she would be that insightful, that they're taking the opportunity away from them thriving with their teachers, thriving with classmates. They look forward to the extracurricular activities. My daughter has looked forward to being a cheerleader and getting to go to the football games. And yeah, sometimes life doesn't always work out the way you want it to, but I think with the options that you've given the parents, stay home, be online learning, if that's how you feel. If you're a teacher and you want to teach online, make that choice for yourself. But for us who our children want to be in school, the teachers that want to be in school teaching, there's many more from what I hear that want to be in class teaching with the students. Keep giving them the options, but don't take it away from us. I think the only thing that's being taught to my daughters right now is how to live in fear. And I've always taught my children not to live in fear. I'm a flight attendant for 26 years for an airline, and I go to work and I have no fear. I'm around many people, passengers from all over the world, and I have no fear. I understand this coronavirus is serious, and I'm sorry for the loss that has inflicted on many, many people, but I think that there's going to be more by depleting their immune systems, by not allowing them around students, and also just their mind, body, and spirit. They need to be growing mentally, physically, and spiritually. And I think if you keep them at home, they're going to do a greater detriment to our students. So thank you so much. Thanks for all you guys do. Appreciate it.
How's it going? Thanks for letting me be one of the last ones to speak. I felt compelled to be here as well. And I wanted to be here because most of the time, the minority tend to talk louder than the majority. And this is especially the case in this situation, especially when our children don't have a voice. And it, unfortunately, will have a terrible effect on our children. Some of the questions I wanted you to think about are, what about the parents who have small children at home and won't be able to stay home with their children all day because they work? Have doctors and other appointments for themselves and their children, along with other responsibilities. What about the children that can't be monitored while they are on the computer opening them up to who knows what, especially with the moms or dads that are watching other children? Facts are, children have very little effect on the spread of the disease. So what's popular has nothing to do with what is right. With a first grader and 2 more small children at home, my wife doesn't have the ability to be home all day while I work to monitor school for my first grader. What about parents who have 3 or 5 children in school? How do they manage online learning for all of their children? We try our best to restrict screen time for our children, and now they will be forced to be staring at a screen all day. We're very blessed to have the means and availability to help our kids at home and monitor what they are doing online if we have to, but most parents do not. This is a predator's dream to have so many children online and accessible. In person, social interaction is so important for our children, who will be the future generation. Whenever we go back, there may be a surge. There will definitely be a learning curve. But if we keep pushing it off, it is just postponing the inevitability, the inevitable. The reality is the children are much higher at risk for many other things like abuse, child sex trafficking, pornography, and others than getting the virus at school. So please refrain from listening to the fear-mongering and scare tactics that you've heard tonight and will continue to hear. Like the statistics we heard earlier, 89% of us, the majority, not only want but need our children back to in-person school. As of right now, those teachers and parents that are afraid of going back to school have the option to go online. Please don't only give the minority the option. At least give the 89% the option to have their kids in school as well. Thank you.
And Amber Franco is our last speaker.
Good evening, Governing Board members and Dr. McCord. My name is Amber Franco, and I am the Gilbert Education Association President. The Gilbert Education Association advocates for education professionals and to unite our members to fulfill the promise of public education, preparing every student to succeed in a diverse and interdependent world. Today, I am speaking on behalf of all GEA members. Over the past couple of months, the Gilbert Education Association has focused on providing up-to-date information and thoughtfully listening to our members' concerns regarding the impact of the pandemic on public education. We have engaged members in weekly Zoom calls and worked to address questions and concerns about returning to school. This has reinforced our priorities as we move forward. The Gilbert Education Association's primary focus is ensuring the safety and welfare of students, staff, families, and the community. Recently, the Gilbert Education Association members were polled to analyze how they felt about returning to work on August 17th. And overwhelmingly, 75% said in-person instruction should be delayed until at least the end of first quarter or until it's safe. Members were also asked using a rating scale of 1 to 5 on this statement, I am afraid to go to school and work on site due to COVID-19. 45% strongly agreed and 20% agreed with the statement. That's 2/3 of those surveyed. As of today, 2,107 new cases have been reported in the state of Arizona. The numbers are up by 277 from yesterday. We are not headed in the right direction to open up schools. It is essential to make this decision based on clear guidelines, science, and safety. The Gilbert Education Association
advocates for the governing board to provide the flexibility to postpone the start of in-person education until guidelines are developed and implemented to guide the safe implementation of in-person school model. Pushing back the start date to the end of the first quarter would allow GPS to make clearer decisions using precise data and guidelines, ensuring that we can all move forward safely. I'd also like to provide you with the Arizona Education Association statement regarding the reopening of schools. The Gilbert School District has been in fairly close alignment with the AEA statement. Some of the points made in the statement are beyond the control of the district in regards to funding and testing. As we continue to discuss the in-person start date, we urge you to continue to focus on the objective criteria for safely opening schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Amber. I believe that is all of those who have submitted a request to speak. We have heard from all of you, and that will be an agenda item as we move through the agenda this evening. So we'll move to item 5, presentation 5.01, monthly budget report for FY 2020, third quarter financial report. Dr. McCord, any introductory remarks?
No, just our monthly report led by Ms. Bonnie Betts.
Welcome, Ms. Betts.
Thank you very much. Good evening, governing board members, Dr. McCord. We've combined the June monthly financial report with the third quarter financial report. So just to forecast what's going to happen over the next few months. So as you know, we've already adopted our new budget for the fiscal year 2021, but we are completing fiscal year 2020 right now. So this monthly budget report represents activity through June 30. And then we wanted to talk about the third quarter, which represents data through March 31st of 2020, catching us up to that final quarterly report before we do the AFR, the annual financial report, and the fourth quarter report will be presented to you in early October. So to begin, let's see here if I can get this to work. So it's on. There we go. Good. So as a reminder, June 30 is the end of the fiscal year, but there's a 60-day encumbrance period that goes through the end of August. So though this is data represented through June 30, there is a lot of work that still continues in July and August. So the final payment of invoices of product that was received prior to June 30, there's a lot of journal entry corrections and movement of expense in and out of various funds. Final revenues are received from our federal grant funds based upon the spend through June 30. Final revenues, federal grants, and then as well as property taxes. So we collect property taxes for fiscal year 20 through the end of August. Purchase orders are closed and encumbrances are released. And then finally, we pay many of our certified staff members through 26 pays through the end of July. And so all of these payroll runs are reflected after June 30, okay? So just to take a look at some of the details on the funds, maintenance and operations and unrestricted capital are the two notable ones. There was a slight increase in spend in that final month, reflecting a little bit lower available balance than you saw at the end of May. In unrestricted capital, the same situation occurred. We did receive some products in unrestricted capital prior to the end of June, allowing us to make sure that encumbrance stays there so that we can pay those invoices during the encumbrance period. These are very small changes. The other thing, as I mentioned, we are now in that stage where we're closing purchase orders, where the unneeded encumbrance will be released. And so we very much expect that the available balance in maintenance operations, as an example, will go up after all these purchase orders are closed. The most notable example would be in the fuel line, where our transportation vehicles did not run through the third quarter, but we still had maintained the fuel encumbrance. That would be an example in which we would see additional budget balance carry forward in maintenance and operations. Secondarily, I really wanted to talk about federal grants a little bit. Note that the available balances are quite high, again, due to the COVID pandemic and the federal government CARES Act. These available balances will be able to be moved forward into 2021, so we will not see any decrease in any of those available fund balances, which is good news for us going into 2021. The other information is standard. We still feel very comfortable in these available balances in both food service and community schools, in spite of the loss of revenue during the third quarter. So we're still looking like we are in pretty good shape in those two enterprise funds. There's nothing else notable unless there are any questions that any of you may have. Okay, great. Thank you. So going into the third quarter financial report, I just wanted to remind you that when we're looking at the quarterly reports, our references from the same quarter a year ago. So the comparisons are going to look at the third quarter, March 31st, 2020, in comparison to March 31st, 2019. It's a different reference than what our monthly reports are looking at. So first of all, revenues. Just wanted to share here, you can see that the source of our revenues, whether it's federal, local, state, or county, they stay pretty much the same on a percentage basis each year. However, when you look at how much revenue we're expecting in comparison to how much we've received, you would expect that we would have received 75% of our revenue at this point in time. But you can see from these graphs that the expected annual revenue is and versus how much we've actually received closer to 57 or 58% of the revenue expected. And the primary driver of that is the state aid rollover that was legislatively required, where we do not receive our final state revenues until July 2nd, 3rd, 4th, something like that. Any questions on that?
Ms. Betts, the state aid rollover, that goes back to the previous crisis, the Great Recession, correct? Where they rolled over and didn't pay schools in order to make their state budget balance?
That's correct. That occurred either in 2010 or 2011.
Yes. Okay. So we still haven't corrected those cuts yet.
That's
from
correct.
the state. That's fine. I mean, I just want to remind people that we still haven't recovered from the Great Recession as an education institution.
Right.
We're not whole yet
Mhm.
from the previous cuts.
It's true. So the operating revenue by fund.
Go ahead, Mr. Carr.
Ms. Beth, thank you. To clarify, that's not, and I agree with what Mrs. Humphries is saying, it's not a cut, it's a timing issue. So this is a cash flow issue, not a revenue issue.
That's correct. We are limited by budget, not by available cash in terms of our ability to spend. That's correct.
So the result of that is there could be scenarios where we're getting cans and so on to advance that cash if it were needed.
That's correct. And so there are still expenses associated with that as we are incurring debt and are obligated to pay that. The interest on that debt, whether it's through the tax anticipation notes or through the line of credit from the county. Okay, so moving on to the operating revenue by fund, the year-over-year comparison, you can see that in maintenance and operations, we were at $130.5 million after third quarter back in 2019 and up to $134 million in 2020, directly related to the increase in the state formula associated with the legislative action back a year ago. Other notable is Medicaid, so we've been driving the Medicaid reimbursement through the Special Education Department and through transportation, and that's notable as well as that has increased over $1 million year over year, which is also very good news. And Medicaid is a very flexible fund, giving us lots of abilities to spend that in various ways going into 2021. And then also notable is capital. We did receive a big bump in unrestricted capital that we haven't seen in a very, very long time, and that's represented at the $2.2 million in comparison to $0.5 million a year ago. Okay? So items to note, again, operating revenues budgeted for 2020 are expected to increase by 8.6% over fiscal year 2019. Capital revenues, again, last year, partially due to the focus on cash reconciliation, et cetera, we did not have the revenues posted appropriately between unrestricted capital and M&O. That has been corrected. And then again, report shows 55.2% of expected annual revenue received by third quarter. Again, not 75% of the revenue expected due to that state aid rollover of $32.5 million plus $4.7 million. Property taxes are playing a role there as well. As I indicated, the encumbrance period is through August, so we are receiving property tax revenues through August for the 2020 school year. Any questions on the revenue conversation?
Ms. Betts, can you just remind me the expected increase of the operating revenues by $21.3 million is due to increase in state aid?
Primarily due to increase in state aid due to the governor's 20 by 2020. In addition, as you know, we did see a very significant increase in our student count.
Enrollment.
Yep, student enrollment as of the 100th day last year. Both those things contributed to that increase. And again, remember too that the operating revenues are not just maintenance and operations. We're talking about all of those operating flexible funds that we include in the operating fund listing every month. So it's not just maintenance and operations. Okay, thank you for the question. So expenditures, operating fund expenditures year over year comparison. Again, you can see that on a percentage basis by each of the categories, whether it's operating dollars for supplies, whether it's capital, whether it's salaries and benefits, it stays fairly consistent year over year. Again, we are at 85% and 87% salary and benefits in Gilbert Public Schools. Operating fund expenditures, expended and encumbered versus actual expenditure. This gives us a little bit of visibility on the actual spend versus what's encumbered, and it's not always the case that because it's encumbered, it will be totally spent. As I indicated, as we release encumbrance, as we're finishing out the school year during the encumbrance period, we will probably see that encumbrance release additional budget balance carry forward. So you can see in all those categories that in the salaries for the third quarter expended in 2020, as an example, we're encumbered $160 million, but we've spent $110 million. $160 million would represent what we would expect to spend through June 30 on salaries and benefits, just as an example. Okay. This is just a reminder that everything that we've shared in this quarterly financial represents year-to-date the monthly financial report that we presented to you back in April for the end of March. So the totals are tying back together so that we have, again, that same reference. So again, that these are all of your operating funds. You can see maintenance and operations, classroom site fund, the teacher salary, Medicaid, E-rate, school plant, civic center. Indirect is a large contributor. So just an example of all of what we would consider operating funds. And then the expended year-to-date items to note. So we were up $13.3 million or 5.6% from the prior year. Again, as you remember, we did award a 4.5% pay increase to teachers and 3% to all other employees. All that is contributing to that increase in expenditures. Benefits, interesting situation with the benefits. As you know, we have an expected sick leave buyout at the end of every year as teachers and staff members are separating. They're able to buy back some of their sick leave, and that's considered a compensated absence. Due to the pandemic and the closure of operations pretty much in mid-March, we did not encumber that payout, but we did in the prior year. So this is a timing issue that reflects the benefits decrease quarter over quarter. But the same dollar amount, we have actually paid out those compensated absences now for 2020. And it was about $900,000, which is very comparable to what was actually paid out in the prior year. Just a reminder, our total compensated absence liability is just under $9 million. Operating capital increased due to increase in additional allocations. So we did work hard to make sure that we were putting more money into capital for athletics, art, music, and PE, which hadn't been done in many, many years due to the cuts to the district additional assistance.
Yes.
So that's all that we have today on the financial report.
Board members, any additional questions for Mrs. Betts?
Just a comment, thank you. I mean, this is very clear and appreciated, and I really appreciate that this is the first time in 8 years that we've been able to put that money into athletics and music and art. That's really exciting to me. So I hope we can hold on to it through this next couple of years.
Thank you.
Mr. Carr, any additional questions?
I would just add a comment to Ms. Betts again. I thank you numerous times for the quality of your reports and all that you've done. With as many people watching this, I just want to acknowledge how far we have come in the last several years, and I think the reflection of that is the report earlier on the bond sale, that we had a historic low rate on those bonds, saving our taxpayers significant money and allowing us to put more of those funds directly into the assets of the school district to address the needs of students. That is reflective of several years of efforts, but especially the last couple of years that were commented earlier in the rating and so on. So thank you for your team's effort, and thank you for this report.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. Ms. Ugetti, anything? Ms. Woods, anything? No additional questions from the board. Again, I echo the thank you. We move to item 5.02, a presentation of the governor's executive order. Dr. McCord and I had a lengthy conversation and felt it important that we take the time for him to report and give us the opportunity to have a conversation and or dissect what we understand from this executive order. So, Dr. McCord.
Thank you, Dr. Santa Cruz, governing board members. Just to reiterate what you just said, Dr. Santa Cruz, I just wanted to take a few pieces of this and have conversations about it, let you know what I believe to be true and possibly what is the interpretation from some of our attorneys as this was rolled out last Thursday, and even from the maybe even from the ADE. So let me just start with I'm not going to go through all the whereas and all that good stuff. I'm just going to go to the first item and talk to that a bit, and that is the Arizona Department of Health Services shall develop public health benchmarks for the safe return of in-person teacher-led classroom instruction and make them available no later than August 7th, 2020. These recommendations shall be informed by the Centers for Disease Control, Prevention, Guidance, and may be revised as necessary to reflect the most current public health standards. And then it says each district and or charter school shall consider these recommendations, guidance from the county health officials, community needs, and available resources to determine when in-person teacher-led classroom instruction can safely be available. And school districts and charter schools shall refer to the mitigation strategies as outlined by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to adopt a mitigation plan prior to opening school buildings for on-site services or in-person instruction. And essentially that is that they're going to give us the matrix to help us determine when schools will reopen. And as all of you know, they have until August 7th. I don't know if they'll come back to us sooner than that. I have a lot of personal questions related to that in terms of what are they going to use, what will be the standard of measure, and when does the clock start ticking? When we get it in our hands, or does it, if there's a downward turn, do we look back X amount of days? I don't know the answers to those questions just yet. As I sat in a meeting with several superintendents in the East Valley yesterday, they had some of the same questions regarding that. So I don't have any specifics related to that. I don't really have a lot of specifics related to some of this, but I just wanted to let you know that those should be forthcoming, and once we have them in our hands, we will definitely let you know, and we'll have to conversate about what that looks like, how we report that out, how often do we report that out, and in my head, I see things on our website that we can utilize to inform the public of what those measures are and how we're tracking those. And I don't know if it's on a daily basis, every other day. I don't know. There's a lot of questions, but I just wanted to point that out to everyone at this time. Going to number 2, each school district and charter school shall begin
Dr.
Dr.
McCord, would you?
Yes, sir.
Would you prefer we hold questions or ask them as we
Oh, no,
go?
you go ahead.
One of the 2 questions related to number 1, and the first question applies to much of this section. Some of the past executive orders applied to school districts, charter schools, and private schools. This executive order doesn't mention private schools, so are we on a different footing in that case? And then the second question is, we're told that we will have guidance from the county health officials. We know we're waiting on the criteria, but how does that look like? Who is our liaison to the county health department, and how do we make sure that we're receiving that information specific to our district?
Those are actually great questions, Mr. Carr. That, when it comes to private schools, I don't have any of their criteria, what criteria they're supposed to be under. Blowing in the wind, I heard that they can kind of determine what they want to do because they are a private institution and probably don't accept any public funds or very few public funds. So I don't know the answer to that. The second piece is, who is our contact? I have our Director of Health Services, Jennifer Frost, here somewhere back there. You ready to come up? She can just let us know who her contact is there and who she has conversations with on a regular basis as regard to guidance, as well as Gilbert Public Schools.
Good evening, Board and Dr. Santa Cruz. So I talked to Nurse Teresa Crow. She has been appointed the head of the COVID team for schools. She's the liaison. We speak every other day at least. She works with Dr. Sunshine, and we're working on a consortium together. Excuse me. And we're also working with the other district health directors. Thank you. To make a collaboration between the districts to make sure that hopefully that our information is similar and congruent as we go forward. So they would speak with us directly. One of my biggest concerns is I don't know if the data that they are going to give us is going to be community data or if it's going to be for the state or the county. Our community has very different rates than other areas, and so I don't know how specific it will be.
I'd like to add to that as well. I think we have about 10 zip codes within our school district boundaries. And we have to be mindful that maybe one zip code takes into 2% of our population. So when those numbers are coming out, I'm hopeful that those will be parsed out, but I'm sure that they probably won't be. And so we'll rely on some of the mathematicians within our district to be able to get that out. And again, what they're going to measure, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. There's been some standards set forth in other states and other countries, and I don't know if they're going to utilize that or what they currently utilize now when Governor Ducey reports out. So there'll be more to come when it comes to that. Anything else on that? All right. Number 2, each school district and charter school shall begin teacher-led distance learning instruction by the first day of the school district or charter school's instructional calendar submitted to the Arizona Department of Ed. The school district or charter school shall submit its distance learning plan to the ADE or the Arizona State Board of Charter Schools no later than the start date of the distance learning instruction or August 14th, whichever is earlier, as required by Executive Order 2020-41. To the greatest extent possible, schools should offer synchronous learning where teacher provides instruction in real time. Instruction provided via distance learning shall count towards the minimum instructional days or an equivalent number of hours required by ASRS 15-341.01 and 15-901. Consistent with Executive Order 2020-41, the state funding for students receiving instruction via distance learning on either full-time or part-time basis shall be treated as a student receiving instruction via the Arizona Online Instruction as prescribed by ASRS 15-508 or 808. School districts and charter schools that comply with provisions of Executive Order 2020-41, Executive Order 2020-44, and this executive order will be eligible to receive grant funding for the Enrollment Stability Grant Program to address any potential funding shortfalls. So, long story short, we do have an online program we have submitted, and again, the question comes up, do you have to be approved in order to start? No, you don't. You just have to submit, just so we know that. And that kind of goes back to what we've discussed earlier in the summer about an online program. Other than that, I think that we're in good shape. Bonnie, is there anything you'd like to add related to funding related to that portion of it? I think it spells it out pretty well, but is there any questions related to the funding related to that?
I have a question.
Okay.
How difficult is the grant funding going to get?
We don't know yet, because I don't think there's an application for that portion of it just yet, so.
The training that the ASBA gave through one of their webinars was that it was going to be a significant amount of paperwork.
Yeah.
So that's just what they said.
Yeah, it usually is. So, yes, ma'am.
Was it an option or their choice between either applying for the grant or receiving a guaranteed, was it 98%?
Right. No, I think if you automatically get that, and then if you want to apply for the gap, that's up to you. Is that what you're referring to?
Mm-hmm. I think so. I thought somewhere there was an either or provision in one of those things.
Yeah, go ahead.
So my understanding is that initially, we expected that it would be an automatic, that we would have at least 98% of the prior year as our guardrail. And the understanding is now that we have to apply for that. So, however, the governor, as part of this order, did add another close to $200 million to that enrollment stability grant. So it's closer to $400 million, whereas in the prior executive order, it was about $200 million. We still are anticipating that the commitment is there. I don't know what kind of hoops we're going to have to go through to get the dollars, but I do believe that the money will be distributed appropriately and will be used to make sure that our enrollment, the funding associated with our enrollment is at least stable to the 98% of prior year.
Ms. Betts, if I can clarify the way I had,
Go ahead.
The way that I had interpreted paragraph D was that if our students are going online, they'll be funded at the AOI rate, and then we have to apply to make up the difference. Is that what we're saying?
That's my understanding. And what's not clear for me is I don't know whether we have to apply to get to the 100% or whether we apply to the delta between what we actually have to the 98% from prior year. So the bottom line is we are going to make sure that we have all the data and apply for as much as we possibly can.
My understanding from the webinar that I watched is that it'll be 100% for online once we apply for the grant, and then a little bit more for those who do in school, actually go back and open schools.
That's our understanding, but this has changed so often that I don't know where to hang my hat just yet. So
the other question that I would have related to this, does the funding still function on the 100-day enrollment? So if somebody were to start online but transfer at the quarter or the semester and then be in person on 100-day, do we apply them as being in person on 100-day?
Just for that day, right?
So in my conversations with our student count professional, she has indicated that ADE's intent is for let's just say that we're the first 10 days online. Their intent would be to have the AOI funding the first 10 days for those students at the 95% or the 85%. She also indicated where the 85% is part-time. She also indicated that we can expect that probably 90, 95, 99% of our elementary schools will be considered full-time, so we would receive the 95% of that enrollment for the first 10 days. And then they will switch it for the 10th day through the 180th day for the extra 170 days. And separate those out. I do not know how they will be able to implement that. So those are the questions that we were asking regularly. We're supposed to hear more within the next 7 to 10 days from the Department of Education on how that's going to be realized.
So this could have a major impact on cash flow if we're funded short and we have to wait for a while to then apply for the grant to make up the difference.
I think that's very possible.
And as you stated earlier in the exhibit, that would be made up by borrowing on a line of credit from the county.
Yes, any cash flow needs would be made up, though we are entering the 2021 school year with a very positive cash balance. So it would probably be no earlier than the end of October before we would need that if we need it.
Thank you.
Anything else on that? All right, thank you. I'll move to number 3. Each school district and charter school shall begin offering free on-site learning opportunities and support services for students who need a place to go during the day as required by Executive Order 2020-41 and shall begin August 17th, 2020 as prescribed in Order 2020-44. Let me go through a couple of these. School district or charter school that has not returned to physical buildings for teacher-led classroom instruction in accordance with paragraph 1 of this executive order is still obligated to provide on-site learning opportunities and support services under Executive Order 2020-41. B says on-site learning required by Executive Order 2020-41 3B includes in-person support services such as student supervision and strategic support for students in need during standard school hours, which may include teacher-led or paraprofessional support for students with distance learning instruction. A school district essentially may adopt procedures to ensure maximum protection of students and staff based on mitigation strategies for for social distancing. So let me let me give you our attorney's interpretation. Free on-site learning and support services include, but are not limited to, student supervision, nutrition, health services, strategic support, or teacher-led paraprofessional support for students participating in distance learning. On-site support services will be available to a limited number of students with specific needs and does not require traditional teacher-led in-person classroom. These services allow students who need a safe place to go engage in distance learning away from home. Schools may develop procedures to help recommendations, of course. Neither the governor's office or ADE have defined how school districts are to meet the operational requirements of free on-site support services. Of course, we may employ non-certified staff to supervise. Schools operating learning labs may do so at limited school locations. School districts may set building capacities. There's no requirement that school districts transport students to the on-site support services. And then the on-site learning provisions in this executive order, of course, is confusing. ADE intends to issue additional guidance on this portion of the executive order in the near future. The intent of the requirement is to provide a place for Arizona's most vulnerable student populations to learn during periods of remote learning. If you go back to part of this executive order, it talks about students in need. It says, again, supervision and strategic support for students in need during standard school hours. That's pretty vague. And, in my head, am I going to determine out of 34,000 students, I'm sure they're all in need of something. So how do I determine where that starts and stops? And so we will be looking for more guidance as it's related to that. Again, ambiguous at best, but I can appreciate the fact that they understand that school districts may make different decisions moving forward, and we do want to help the most vulnerable, but we don't have a plan in place for that necessarily at this point in time because of direction that is needed. Again, in conversations with superintendents yesterday, nobody seemed to have any kind of firm grasp of what that looks like and what that will be moving forward.
Dr. McCord, one would assume then, devoid of any identifying metrics for those items under 3, that it would be logical to assume that the district would determine who those served young people would be. And there are some logical places that one could go, but that may or may not be what's intended. Is that?
That's correct. I think they did leave it open-ended to a degree for districts to be able to determine who those students are. But again, going back to my previous statement, I don't know where that begins and ends, and I don't want to eliminate students from help that they may need, but is a student in need because both parents work and they don't have the support at home? Sure. Is a student in need because they're on a 504 or an IEP? Of course. Is a student in need because they won't have the proper nutrition available for them at home? Of course. But what does that look like? How long does that look like during a day? Is that a regular school day? Is that a couple hours? Those are a lot of different things that we need either guidance on or to put a fence around so we ensure that we're capturing those students that deserve or need that service, but yet at the same time, it could definitely look like schools just open again. And that would be difficult to explain to the greater masses out there about, are you helping students in need or are you just actually running school again? So we have to be careful with that.
Dr. McCord,
Yes.
and this is hypothetically, obviously, which is about everything that we're doing right now. Let's say that we decide it's Title I and special ed children that need services, so we would possibly open up 3 or 4 sites throughout the district, and we could control the numbers in the classrooms, and we would have, if we were not in school, let's say, we would have the space to be able to do that, correct?
Well, it depends.
Well, if we're not in school, let's say.
No, again, that depends.
Okay.
Because if I have X amount of students, but yet I have teachers teaching online in their room,
Okay.
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's difficult too.
Okay. The second part of the question I have on that one, though, and once again, I don't know that you can even answer this question. What parents that are paying for VIK, could they conceivably say they would qualify for this?
I'm glad you brought that up. So is Mr. Ryan back there? So we will be having,
Not there.
well, he's there, but he's not there. Did I wake him up? We will be having, because this order starts on the 17th, we will have daycare at a cost up till that point. But I'll let Mr. Ryan explain to you a little of the interpretation that he's gotten from other school districts as well related to this.
Governing Board, Dr. McCord, thank you. Yes, it's a confusing time, as we're all discovering every day. As of right now, what is laid out is a child care plan, GPS child care, kindergarten through 8th grade, as well as preschool child care opportunities leading up until the 17th. Registration has been open for that, along with some employee child care options to assist our employees there on their campuses. It poses some challenges as teachers are wanting to be in classrooms and certainly wanting to teach from there, but principals have been fantastic and looking for different ways and different locations of those students to be. The challenge comes on the 17th. So obviously huge difference if we return in person versus not. If we don't, then we're looking at before and after school options for families. We know many of our families are working, both adults are working, and they need options for their families. And to Dr. McCord's point, and I think what Dr. Santa Cruz was referring to as well, is where do you draw the line? 504, IEP, traditional student with two parents working and whatnot. So we're preparing for everything. Staffing is starting to become a bit of a concern with relation to the number of employees. We have folks working today to identify support staff members to be working in the classrooms with students. Obviously 10-to-1 ratios spread out throughout the campus. When the child care portion of the executive order came out, that's led to a number of questions. If we're looking at 400, 500, 600 students falling into a category coming to a particular elementary school, while we're asking teachers, or teachers are wanting to work in classrooms and educate students from afar, does that then send them home while their kids are on campus? And it certainly leads to a number of scenarios. But we're planning, and yes, VIK will be offered before and after school for families as an option. We've had a number of questions come in, as you can imagine, depending on the particular schedule of families. If they're doing if they chose online, do we have things still particular days for them? If they chose in person, do we have before and after? And so we're planning for all of it, and we'll adjust accordingly, given either Governor Ducey's direction or the governing board.
Can you tell me how you came up with the 10-to-1?
Through the course of the summer, that's what we've been operating at, was 10-to-1. Space in a classroom, we could move a little bit further in terms of the 6 feet by 6 feet and social distancing. That's also part of the executive order, is to maintain social distancing within the child care environments that we're providing. It also allows us to, with adults, to have an adult stay with those students, and for us to not mix kids. And so a goal all summer has been, and as we move into the child care component of this, or portion of this, is to not have different kids on different days. And it's been slightly frustrating for some parents, as that's a little bit different than previous years where they've had a bit more of a choose your own adventure in which days you want. We just feel as though it's something where when we're bringing more students in with the 10 that were already in the classroom, we're just exposing them to more. So we've chosen over the summer to limit that.
Do you mind explaining the protocols that you're using?
Sure. So a number of pieces have been put into place, including each morning we have staff members that are being monitored and tested for fever, any sort of temperature by nurses that are on campus. So they have a procedure they go through each morning. Parents, as they drop off, we have curbside drop off and pickup going on. So to alleviate numbers of people coming in and out each day. Parents are also kind of a testing, if you want to answer or describe it that way, but 3 questions that they answer related to their student having a fever, any sort of symptoms and whatnot. Deep cleaning in the evenings. Albert and his crews have been fantastic, and we've actually had further dialogue today. Ms. Betts was with the group today and discussing future protocols and what we'll be putting in place as numbers potentially grow on our campuses and the size. If a student or a staff member or anyone ever reports, obviously they don't come and they don't work. If there's a classroom that we believe could have been compromised in any way, that classroom is immediately deep cleaned by Albert and his crew. Operations comes out. We remove those students. So there are a number of pieces we put into place that I think have been really effective, and a number of things that have given us some good information so we can plan moving forward. So we're excited to be able to have portions of what we were doing this summer in place so we could learn, and I think we're in a better position now.
Thank you.
Dr. McCord and Mr. Ryan, have we evaluated the possibility of utilizing sites where the student population is small, the regular student population is small, as particular target areas where we might place programs of this type or services of this type? And I also know that we know the percentages of people who are served in special ed of the 34,000 students, the percentages of folks who are on free and reduced lunch, percentages of ELL students, percentages of on and on and on. We know that information if it's determined that those constitute the special populations of folks who need to be served.
Yes, that data is available, and we'd be able to make those decisions based on that criteria, based on those percentages.
So those are factored into
correct
the conversation, the decision making. You know, I'm looking at several of our elementary schools that are not near at capacity in terms of a student population, and there is room there, but I don't know how practical that is. It simply is a thinking out loud.
Yeah, and many of those that aren't at capacity serve special ed kids to begin with self-contained classrooms. So many of those rooms are utilized. And it also depends on location. We definitely don't want someone coming from the Desert Ridge area over to Houston if we can avoid that, just because we don't want them traveling that far if need be.
Thank you.
Mr. Martin actually was able to do some great work in the last week and a half as well, and found funding mechanisms to support our title students. So speaking of particular pockets of students and locations to help support whether it's childcare in the first 2 weeks or whether it's beyond that if there's a necessity. And so he's done some great work there, which I think have given some families some opportunity that maybe were struggling to find that opportunity before.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I have one question, sorry. Is, for those families who are concerned about the cost between those first 2 weeks, what would be the process if someone was needing childcare but concerned about the cost? What would they need to do, and who would they need to talk to?
Sure. So a number of families have reached out individually based on location, based on school campus demographics. Sometimes families are qualifying. We've put lists together. Ann Breland and the group over at Community Education has put together a list of students. Christy Odell's been working on the same thing, where we're actually identifying and communicating with those families to inform them that they qualify, even before they have a chance to reach out, because sometimes we just don't know. Other times they reach out individually. Certainly, if they get in touch with myself or anybody in the front office of community education, we don't want that to be a factor that has children in an unsafe environment or an unsupervised environment. We certainly work with those families the best that we can.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
If I may, Dr. Santa Cruz?
Dr. McCord, sorry, go ahead.
I'll go ahead. I just have a struggle philosophically that we are going to divide students up and decide who has needs or not and assign that, by different, it's like that's a struggle for me as a parent.
It's a struggle for me as a superintendent.
It's a struggle.
Because, like I said, who am
Students need to be in
I
school.
to determine who is really in need and who isn't?
Mhm.
It's definitely not by the car you drive, because
Yeah.
I've seen plenty of people with very nice cars that are in need. I don't know what their particular situation is, and so that's difficult. That's why I am looking for some more criteria from ADE before I get saddled with making that type of decision.
Thanks.
Dr. Santa Cruz, Dr. McCord, I was going to express something very similar to that, and as I read through this executive order, it really doesn't limit it to need as much as those who need a place to go.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a very broad interpretation. That is, both parents are working and they'd be left at home. That's an IEP, 504, all the things, all the things that you mentioned. And I also don't see where it limits or gives us the ability to limit. I mean, it basically says we can limit at a site, but we can't limit in totality, so we'd have to keep opening more and more schools. And it refers to two other executive orders, but I can't see that either of those executive orders clarify or limit who we can accept or not accept.
And Mr. Carr, just as a matter of information, becomes even more convoluted as, at least in an interview with the state superintendent of public instruction, that there was a comment made at least that you don't have to have programs to serve these students at every site.
Mm-hmm. Right.
You can limit the sites. Well, I'm not sure how we would do that either.
Well, we also can partner, it was made very clear that you could partner with outside organizations like the Boys and Girls Club. It was left pretty open for the districts to decide, which I think makes it hard.
Mr. Ryan, did anybody test positive or get infected this summer?
So throughout the summer, we had, matter of fact, we checked this morning for the positive results that were submitted. So there were 11 staff members, some on site, some not. There were some working in offices that weren't on site, and then there were some on site. Of the ones on site, about 70% of the ones on site were on one campus as well, and we had discussions related to what was potentially occurring on certain campuses in terms of social distancing and how we're running meetings and whatnot as well. There was one student who reported positive. That occurred after a parent had tested positive, and they went in to have their child tested after that.
And may I ask, 11 out of how many employees?
We had 85 working over the summer. Probably more than that when you consider offices and
Right.
whatnot as well. So that number is the span. We actually had 7 on our campuses, which would have been out of the 85.
And if I may ask, are they doing okay?
Absolutely. They're all back to work.
Good.
I think we have one that is still within, and I'd have to check to verify, I think one that's still within the 14 days and hasn't returned. All others are back working.
Mr. Ryan, do we know if any of those employees contracted it from students, or if the student contracted it from employees? or if the employees caught it from other employees.
I can't speak to that. Certainly, it's something that through Ms. Frost, we're communicating with the county. Anytime there is a positive case, there's a report that goes for tracing purposes and trying to figure out where came from, whether it was on a campus or outside of the campus in some way, shape, or form. We hear different, whether it was the teacher that we've all heard about in a different part of our state, that may or may not have been an on-campus thing. Same goes with ours. It's really a challenge to tell and to know for sure. So I wouldn't want to speak to that without knowing absolutes.
Anything else? Continue, Dr. McCord.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. All right. Number 4 is each school district and charter school shall take the following steps to ensure parents and guardians are notified of school operations, post the distance learning plan by the first day of distant learning instruction, notify parents, guardians of requirements and the minimum level of contact required to maintain enrollment as indicated in the plan. Post its mitigation plan on school district or charter school websites prior to that. Post on the district or charter website the details of their plan, provide free on-site learning opportunities and support services, which is what we just talked about. And make direct contact with families of children enrolled in the free or reduced lunch program, students with disabilities, English language learners, and those in care of the Arizona Department of Child Safety, including foster care. I think this one's pretty straightforward. Does anybody have questions on that? All right. Next is all school districts, number 5, all school districts and charter schools shall develop and implement a policy to require face coverings such as face masks or face shields for all staff and students over the age of 5 until the Arizona Department of Health Services determines that face coverings are no longer necessary or recommended to contain the spread of the virus. Policies shall include exceptions for instances when students can socially distance or are outside in playground settings with distancing, and shall allow breaks for students to take their face coverings off in safe environment. Schools shall incorporate other restrictions and exceptions consistent with the guidance from the CDC, and cloth face coverings should not be worn by children under the age of 2 or anyone who has trouble breathing, is unconscious, incapacitated, or otherwise unable to remove the mask without assistance. So I think that's kind of straightforward as well. We will be bringing to you probably August 11th. I think it's policy JLLC or JLCC, one of the two. I can't remember off the top of my head. We'll be bringing an addition to that policy that just covers face coverings for this. And so we won't have to write a new policy. We'll just have an addition. And we will be looking, ASBA is supposed to be coming out with some guidance on policy related to that. So my hope is that it's there. We have it before the 11th, just to be able to look at it.
Dr. Santa Cruz, may I ask?
Go ahead, Ms. Wood.
So this is a change from what we had previously said, though, to
Correct.
parents, that it was 6 and older, and this has now said 5 and older. So
5 and
basically
older.
everybody, oh wait, it even says preschool, doesn't it? Where does
I think
it
it
say?
says nobody under 2.
Mm-hmm.
It
So
says-
yeah, that would even be preschool.
Right.
Okay, so that would be something we need to let our parents know as well.
Yep. Definitely. All right.
Dr. Santa Cruz, if I may.
Go ahead, Mr. Carr.
I just want to clarify, we've gotten a lot of emails, a lot of communication, people saying, I don't want a face mask, we don't want kids to require face masks, etc. Our previous policy, we are a subdivision of the state, we are obligated to follow the law, whether that's statutory law or whether that's administrative law. And and the executive orders fall in that, as did the county ordinance. Our previous policy that we adopted followed the county policy as we are required to do. This policy that we are now talking about will follow the governor's order as we are required to do. So we recognize that there's a lot of opinions out there. We appreciate there's a lot of opinions about masks, but we are in a position that as a subdivision of the state, constitutionally our authority requires us to follow those laws. And so whether we like it, whether individually or not, whether the public likes it individually or not, we, as well as every other school district, every other charter school out there, if they're following the law and complying with their legal obligations and their existence, they're following this policy.
I think we would agree with you, Mr. Carr.
All right.
Dr. McCord, will we have some kind of something written in, or maybe ASBA or our attorneys can, about, and I need to use this term carefully, enforcing that?
Will there, yeah, I see what you're saying.
Well, I just came back from Montana yesterday, and I watched kids both in 2 airports, and they were with their parents. And I was like, oh my gosh, if this is what teachers have to do and principals have to do, it was unbelievable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they were with their parents.
Right. We will definitely look at, hopefully there'll be some language that will address that, because I think you're also talking about, policing it, right? And what's that? Yeah. Well, and that's a $64,000 question. What I don't want is people disciplining kids all day because of masks, and teachers and administrators. So if this is still in place by the time we come back, which I assume it will be, we have to send the message very clearly that this is almost like law, because it's an executive order. So we'll address that. Okay, Section 6. This one says, as a direct benefit to the state, it's public schools and Arizona families, and in furtherance of the public purpose of ensuring that properly trained, qualified, and experienced personnel continue to be available when in-person classes resume, Arizona's public schools may continue to pay their employees or classes of employees, including hourly employees, during periods of school building closures, so long as the public school determines that such payments are necessary to preserve the properly trained, qualified, and experienced workforce. It serves the public purpose of protecting the public school's investment in its workforce, and the public school has sufficient revenues to continue such payments due to school building closures as determined by the governing boards of each public school. And B, to be eligible for payment, the employer remains committed and available to work during the employee's normal work hours or during periods of school building closures, whether the work is to be performed in person or remotely, or the employee is given an alternative work assignment for which they are qualified to perform. And so I think that is somewhat straightforward, but I also think it's important to point out that, and we have a resolution related to this, I believe that's number 7.04, that basically adheres to the executive orders, gives us the ability to pay employees, our certified staff, of course, contracted and ready to go. Support staff is at-will employees with set amount of hours per week. And several of our support staff have been working and will continue to work because of whatever positions that they hold. You're talking about paraprofessionals who work during the day with students primarily on a campus. We will definitely have some assignments for them to be able to work, as Dr. Ryan, I'm sorry, you didn't get that doctorate yet, but it sounded good, didn't it? Mr. Ryan has alluded, to help with childcare, having paraprofessionals help out with that and work with them. I think it's important to know that there are several duties and things to do within this district that have to be done, especially as you read through some of these orders that we're required to do. And we will need the help of the paraprofessionals. We also have food services as well as community education, which are revenue generating departments that are self-funded. And that revenue is not coming in or won't be coming in as strong as it usually is in a normal school year. So we have to be mindful of that. Within this order, we have the ability to pay them, but we also have the ability based on finances to not pay them or furlough them based on how we are standing financially. We have to be mindful of that. I mean, I would love to pay every employee every single day for their whole contract time, but that was the struggle even before this came in, because we can't gift public funds without something like this. And so we have something like this, but we also will have needs. And we've had people tell us that they don't want to do a certain job. Well, that's not necessarily going to be options for people. And if they decide that they don't want to do that, they'll have options to either use their personal or sick time to be able to make up for that, which most of them don't have, or they can be furloughed. And so that's a word we don't like to use. But we also have to understand that part of this executive order, part of that resolution states that you will be available during your work hours, you will come and help when needed, or we will give you assignments during the day that might be similar but not the exact same as what you've done in the past. And so that will be our expectations moving forward related to this.
I think beyond that too, Dr. McCord, it's an opportunity for the district to maintain its workforce, because some of those positions of which you speak require some kind of licensure, some kind of training. So we have made an investment in those employees as it relates to their training, and we have the option to assign other work to them while we're paying them, and I think that's a benefit to them.
I agree, and I think you've heard from some special education teachers this evening, and during the spring, several of those paraprofessionals that work within those classrooms with those staff members also got online to help out, and it was very necessary and extremely helpful. So we will also have things at schools that principals are clamoring to utilize their paraprofessionals for, whether kids are there or not, and can utilize it, and that's to help support teachers in a lot of different ways. And so, and we will do trainings for our transportation department, and we will utilize them in any way, shape, or form that we can. So our principals and directors are thinking as creatively as possible. But again, there may come a time where we're not able to do that. And so we may have to make some tough decisions related to that. And as a cabinet, we've had numerous conversations about that, because that's our support staff is the backbone of this school district. And I appreciate and admire what they do on a daily basis. And the last thing I want to do is cut them free from their livelihood. I don't want to do that. But I also know I have an obligation to the school district as a whole, and moving forward we have to be very strategic in how we are utilizing these dollars, because there is some unknown as we move forward, and not just this year but the following year and maybe a year after that. And so we have to be as creative as possible, but also as strategic as possible. Any questions related to that?
Any additional questions?
I guess I have one. So with paras, you mentioned you're fine to have them on campus with students.
Mm-hmm.
how do they feel about that?
Some are okay with it, some are not.
Just like our teachers.
Right.
Some
Just
are okay,
like, sure.
some aren't. So,
Well, but
do they have a
they
choice?
can also work remotely from home because of the online platform. Whereas a paraprofessional, maybe they could too, working online with that teacher from home. But we also may have some things on campus that we're going to need assistance for, just like we have for operations and custodial that have been here since March, and many other people. So it's not a pick and choose type thing. It's a supply and demand of what needs to be done and who do we have available to do it. So. Anything else?
Dr. Sanchez, if I may comment.
Go ahead, Mr. Carr.
First, I want to echo, if we go back to our last school board meeting, much of our discussion about when to start school contemplated our desire as a board to pay all of our employees. So I want to be very clear that all of us want to find a way to retain our employees and value them. But as Dr. McCord, well, let me first say, I recognize that in the private sector, oftentimes we retain employees for the skill sets that they have, and we pay a retaining fee to make sure that they're available. Nevertheless, that's not an indefinite payment in the private sector. So I very much appreciate Dr. McCord's explanation. Yes, the state has recognized our need to retain these employees and the problems that we have in retaining them and their skill sets with the gifting law. So I'm grateful that the governor found a way that we can retain those employees. But as Dr. McCord stated, that's not an indefinite thing. It cannot be. We need to pay people for providing services and adding value. And I hope that we can get back to regular school sessions and so on as quickly as we can safely do so and are allowed to do so, so that we continue to pay these employees and have them when we need them. So I appreciated the balance and the delicacy with which Dr. McCord expressed that. It's not indefinite, but we're doing all we can to retain our employees.
I'll just do one more. I think the rest of them are brief, but this has to do with preschool. It says, notwithstanding the provisions of this order, Executive Order 2020-41 and 2020-44, developmental preschools which provide services to children with disabilities may provide services in person consistent with CDC and ADHS public health recommendations. And just to clarify, a developmental preschool program typically serves both students with and without disabilities. Often an individualized education plan for a preschooler with disabilities will include interactions with typical peers to enable learning via peer modeling. This order does not appear to limit school districts from including typical peers within developmental preschool programs. So I think it becomes a school district decisions. Of course, we will need to follow the CDC guidelines if that's the case, and so just wanted to hit that. Other than that, I think the rest is self-explanatory unless somebody else has a question. I just thought it was prudent to go over it with you in some of the things on how we've interpreted it as an administration, how you interpret it as a school board, and how attorneys in Arizona Department of Education and even the governor's office interpret some of these things, because some of them are similar, some of them conflict a little bit, and I think there'll be even some more information coming out soon with further and clearer explanations. So this coming out Thursday, while I appreciate it, I know several people step back and go, well, wait a minute, what does all this mean? And so we're still trying to figure some of it out, and that's okay. We will as we go, but we will also continue to work towards August 5th, making sure all of our kids are educated starting on that day.
Thank you, Dr. McCord, and I appreciate that we continue to seek additional clarification. Just as a hypothetical, if one were to return to full-time in-person schooling with everybody back in their appropriate positions, then this executive order evaporates insofar as the dynamics of how the operation is moving. It is constricting only if you're doing something different.
Correct. This order, as it stands, extends through the 2020-2021 school year and ends June 30th of 2021. But like you said, if wow, we're just back to normal and life is the same as it was before we left in March, then I don't see anything needing to apply. But we'll see how that goes.
So it's an interesting dilemma that has been woven for us. Any additional commentary, questions? No? If not, then we will move to...
Dr. Santa Cruz, may I ask for a 5-minute break?
Okay, then we will, before we move to item 6, we will recess for 5 minutes. We'll return at 8:44.
like you're in timeout over there. That's all I gotta say.
Hey, I guess I could sit at the door, I guess.
You're not speaking into the mic yet. I am.
Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. Thank you. Moving back to our agenda, we are at item 6. Item 6.01 is approval of the consent agenda items. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve the consent agenda items as presented.
Thank you, Ms. Ugetti. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Humphries. Any discussion?
I just wanted to point out that one of these consent agenda items is the approval of participation in the Arizona Diploma Sales Program, and I believe that has been an ongoing effort for at least a couple of years. I don't remember the specific, I know there's one for music. Mrs. Newman, what are the 4 areas that they can get that seal on their diploma? I just want to congratulate us because we've worked on this for a long time.
Arts, Seal of Biliteracy, Seal of Civic Literacy, and Seal of Personal Finance.
Okay, thank you. I just think that's an incredible opportunity for our students, and I just want to point that out.
Thank you, Dr. Newman. Any additional questions, commentary? Hearing none, then we will vote. All those in favor of approval of the consent agenda as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same. All those opposed, the same. Motion carries 5-0. We move to action items. Item number 7. Item 7.01, Athletic Trainer Services RFP 21010825. Dr. McCord, any introductory remarks there?
Yes, sir. Just a few. It is recommended that this RFP for athletic trainer services be awarded the following: responsible and responsive vendor, Dignity Health. Dignity Health is recommended for the award based on their qualifications, experience, and cost and performance evaluations. The RFP evaluation committee was comprised of 4 members of the GPS Athletic Department. The evaluation committee met on July 8th, 2020 to discuss and score the proposals. Dignity Health, DBA Mercy Gilbert Medical Center, offered the requested services for $19,750 per trainer in year 1. The cost will increase by 3% per year to a total of $22,228 in year 5. Total cost of GPS over the 5-year contract is $530,000. Dignity will contribute 60% of the trainer's salaries and benefits for a total of $850,000. The trainers provided will remain employees of Dignity Health throughout the contract. In addition, the award of this contract allows for the continuity of athletic trainers for district athletes, as Dignity Health has provided training services for GPS for the past 6 years. The contract will be in effect for 1 year, with the implementation beginning September 1st, 2020, and includes an option to renew for 4 years. Estimated annual cost is $115,000, and this will come from our M&O fund. We have our district athletic director, Mr. Steve McDowell, here to answer any questions if you need it.
Mr. McDowell, just a question for you. Could you outline the benefits of our association with Dignity Health? Because I know we, in the past, hired certified trainers who were actually members of the faculty. How has this transition helped or hurt or enhanced what we're doing?
Thanks, Dr. Santa Cruz, board members, Dr. McCord. We still have those trainers employed. Since we entered this contract with Dignity Health 6 years ago now, the training, world has changed a lot as far as trainers in high schools. You don't find a whole lot of full-time trainers on campuses anymore. Many of the districts around us have actually transferred over to where they just hire someone to come and do after-school work. As we see that possibility in our district, this contract will give us a chance to have a blended model as we have, as trainers would leave or retire or move on. The Dignity Health is willing to have them continue to teach training classes for us if that's what we need. Most of the trainers could be CTE certified. So for us, it solidifies safety for our athletes in a pretty dynamic area right now as far as trainers in high schools. It also adds, it also adds the ability for us to have trainers at all of our junior high athletic events, which we haven't done yet in our district. So.
And we are one of the few districts who has an association like this with a major health center in their community. Is that right?
Yeah, we were the first to do this. We were lucky because we were first. It was free for 6 years.
I was going to say, I remember them doing it for us for free.
Right.
Especially back in the day when we didn't have the funds to pay.
Yeah.
We're in a better position now, so
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
And other districts have been paying, $250,000 a year for this service, and so. But because of that relationship with us, they want to continue that, and they're willing to still, shoulder a majority of the cost to keep this going.
I have a question. If you just want to explain a little bit more for somebody who's not familiar with what an athletic trainer would do. I know we have classes, sports. Just explain a little bit more.
Absolutely. We have sports medicine classes that vary, vastly. Some of our trainers teach full-time all day because they have enough classes to do that. In other of our smaller campuses or shrinking campuses, there might be only 2 classes for them to teach. So principals and registrars are left with trying to find a blended assignment for them to be able to get a full FTE. Besides the teaching, they provide, they help the athletes with injuries. They also have relationships with local doctors to help bring them in, to help diagnose injuries and stuff. Mainly doing rehab and performing services that our athletes would have to pay a lot of money for if they went to the private sector to get it.
All right, thank you.
It is actually an exceptional service that is provided by the school district to our athletes in collaboration with a major hospital in our area. So thank you, Mr. McDowell, for pursuing that and solidifying that for us.
Absolutely. They reached out to me originally, so I can't take credit for that.
Board members, any additional commentary, questions? Thank you, Mr. McDowell. That having been said, then, item 7.01 is before you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Mrs. Humphries. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Uggetti. Any additional commentary? All those in favor of item 7.01, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed,
Aye.
the same. Motion
didn't-
carries 5-0.
I didn't get my eye in, I'm sorry.
I heard it anyway.
Okay.
Item 7.02, discussable and possible revision of policy GCCG. Dr. McCord, introductory remarks.
Yes, sir. Dr. Santa Cruz, governing board members, at our last board meeting when we were having a discussion related to pushing the date back or starting online on August 5th, the question came up, and I believe everybody was in agreement with it or had the same thought and idea, was to ensure that due to COVID, we were able to provide some additional sick for our staff members. And so Mr. McIntosh added to policy GCCG, professional staff voluntary transfer of accrued sick leave. He added an asterisk at the bottom, and it states, for the 2020-2021 school year, if an employee has exhausted FFCRA due to COVID-19 and the employee contracts COVID-19 for a second time, they may request up to 2 weeks or 10 days, 80 hours for a full-time employee, or for a part-time employee, the number of hours equal to the average number of hours that the employee works over a typical 2-week period of paid sick leave from the medical leave bank. Membership to the medical leave bank for COVID-19 related requests is waived for the 2020-2021 school year. So we ask for your approval moving forward with that.
Board members, 7.02 is before you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Uggetti. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Humphries. Any additional discussion?
I have a question. So this is in addition to the 80 hours that was provided by the federal government?
Yep, that is the FFCRA.
Okay.
That's what that's referring to.
So I had an additional question. My concern is not so much if someone might get it a second time, and that could happen because we don't really know if immunity would last very long. But what if someone is sick for a longer time? I mean, some people have been sick for quite a long time with COVID-19 and have not recovered quickly. So would this also cover that person, that type of situation?
It would cover them for up to 80 hours.
Okay.
So if there were different circumstances related to that, so based on that, they would be given through FFRC, and then the medical leave bank, that's 160 hours, so that's typically 4 weeks. You know, they could go to the sick leave buyback bank and apply for any help, but in this situation, we are not saying that they necessarily have to do that. All they have to do to qualify to reserve that, is to actually have a qualifying COVID diagnosis.
And Dr. McCord, if I read a lot of information, and I'm a little bit on information overload, but if I read it correctly also, and I know we'll get into this discussion after a bit, the Arizona Risk Retention will cover it under workman's comp if it's been contracted at school, correct?
I believe so. And we will get into that a little bit later with Bonnie, but I believe it does.
Mr. Carr, did you have something?
I just would ask similarly, what about long-term disability? Would that kick in at some point?
Mr. McIntosh? 90 days, he said.
Let's hope they're not that sick. It's a long time.
Any additional commentary, question? None. The item is before you. 7.02, all those in favor of the item, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same. Motion carries 5-0. Item 7.03, discussion and possible action regarding the reopening of schools for the 2020-21 school year. Dr. McCord, any introductory commentary?
Not necessarily, just other than the fact that I think the item speaks for itself. This can be a discussion or possible action. There is nothing specific in there other than the 2020-2021 school year. I know that there are thoughts and ideas related to this, so I think it's important that as a governing board you have this discussion, and if there is a need to do something different and in terms of pushing the start date back or keeping it the same, I believe that's an important discussion to have for the school district and the community.
Thank you, Dr. McCord. In order for that discussion to occur, item 7.03, is there a motion?
I have a motion.
Go ahead.
I move that we begin schools online August 5th, as we've said, and then look to reopen schools as allowed per the data and metrics to be outlined no later than August 7th by the health professionals and ADE. And Governor Ducey, his order, basically according to the order in the resolution.
So you're saying, just let me clarify to make sure I understand the motion.
Yeah.
That we begin online August 5th, and that when we receive the metrics August 7th, then we look at those and see if we can, when we meet those metrics, then we reopen schools without a specific date.
Right.
Okay.
Is there a second?
I would second that.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. It's been moved and seconded. Floor is open for discussion.
I would like to ask.
I
Go ahead, Mr. Carr.
Go ahead, Mr. Carr.
I would simply comment, we've heard a lot of commonality in the conversation of the desire to be back in person as soon as it's safe. I think the parental comments that we've received via email, that we've received in person, the teacher comments that we've received via email and in person have all centered on that we want to get back in person. We recognize we need to do so safely. And I haven't heard for anyone other than that. From my perspective, we would be asking arbitrarily to pick a date in the future, and where both the teachers' comments and the parents' comments are to use data to drive our decision. Let's wait until we know what the criteria is. According to the executive order, that should align with CDC guidelines, which is the same things that GEA called for, the same thing that parents are calling for. And that enables us to get back as soon as possible, and we're going to assume that the CDC guidelines will be followed. We're going to assume that health experts within the Department of Health, the State Department of Health, and the County Department of Health are going to advise us. It removes the politicization of this discussion, and that enables us to move forward as soon as practical and safe to do so. I found it interesting as I went through many of the online comments. I started tracking the last several days of comments and just found it interesting that we had several people who self-identified themselves with various professions. Amongst those, if I can find those, in just a moment, we had 7 who self-identified as physicians and ER physicians, MDs, etc. 6 of those 7 who are working in the field of medicine, 6 of 7 said it's time to go back to school. We had 2 who self-identified as nurse practitioners, and by the way, we could add 2 more doctors who spoke publicly tonight. We had 2 nurse practitioners, and to clarify, they didn't say at all cost. They said, let's go back to school as it's safe. We had 2 nurse practitioners say the same thing, none that opposed going back. We had 11 nurses, again, self-identified as nurses in their emails. 9 of them, including 2 who identified themselves as school nurses and several who identified themselves as nurses working in a COVID environment. 9 of the 11 said, let's go back to school as soon as possible. If we're going to listen to the experts, then let's leave ourselves open to doing that as soon as possible, rather than pick a arbitrary date that is not based off of data. And again, I am not suggesting any of those comments that we go back before we've met those metrics and before it's safe. We want people to feel safe based off the data.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. Let me reiterate, as I think I understood the motion. The motion is that we begin online on August the 5th as previously moved and approved, and that we await the metrics as they're delivered on 8/7 or before, whenever those metrics are delivered, and respond accordingly to the metrics, utilizing them to open when safe, according to the metrics, when we meet those metrics. So if, just as a supposition here, if the metrics come back and say, in order to open for in-person instruction, your area, or whatever is identified as your area, could be the county, could be the state, needs to be under 5% positive or at 5% positive, then until we get there, we're not open. We continue to do online, but not in person. That's the intent of your motion? Okay, I think I understand.
I didn't hear Ms. Wood's. I didn't hear Ms. Wood's response, but that was my understanding of what I seconded.
And her response was that was her intent. So is that everyone's understanding of that motion? Any additional commentary?
I do have additional comments. I do understand the motion. One of the concerns I have is the other people have put out parameters of what they think what would be needed to open schools safely. And a lot of what I've seen depends upon the state. One of our speakers mentioned it. A decrease in the positive rate to 5%. Right now it's about 12.5% according to the Department of Health website today. Another is having a test turnaround time that is much faster than it currently is, because we do have a huge backlog. So a lot of it is on the state to do their part so that we can test, contact trace, and quarantine people to bring the spread of the virus down. The other part is on us to have a mitigation plan and plans in place that can help keep students safe. I spent a lot of time looking at the data over the weekend, and I think it may take quite some time for the state to bring, or the county, to bring down the spread in our area in a way that I would feel safe about. And I'm open to looking at the governor's metrics, but as a board member, I want to really understand those. And if I don't feel like they're sufficient, I want us to be able, as a board, to add additional items that might make people feel like we're doing our due diligence and being very safe about reopening.
I can understand that. I want us to be safe, but then we would be straying from the data and the experts, which we've been charged to do several times. So I just want to keep that in mind as well.
Well, I'm not saying we should estrange ourselves from experts.
You're saying we should then make it more stringent according to our opinions compared to what they've said. So I think we should let's at least start with the metrics, see what they are when they come, because that is, as was mentioned by many people tonight, which I agree with. And we've had sent in many emails, and I do want to actually, sorry to interrupt real quick, but I do want to thank all the staff, the parents, community members who are here tonight, who spoke tonight, who emailed us, who are participating online, and who have great investment in this and care about this. I appreciate it. So anyways, we have heard from many that please use the metrics, please use the CDC, please use the AAP, please use those guidelines to guide our decisions. So I say let's use those. Let's use those.
Well, I would want to look carefully and ensure that those metrics meet my expectations. I did spend a lot of time looking at the data. And one of the things I looked at is that when we closed schools on March 13th, we had 12 cases. Today, we have about 1,800 cases, so one of those metrics that I would like to see, and I'm just saying, I don't know what the governor's going to put out, but I wouldn't feel comfortable until the number of cases comes way down per day. More perhaps what they were in April, about 200 cases a day. Somewhere along that line, because a lot of people tonight spoke about other countries that have opened their schools again. Well, those other countries have 50 cases in the entire country, and we are having 50,000 cases in our country per day. So we have a lot of work to do both in Arizona and in other parts of the country to bring down the spread of the virus to a point where it would be safe to open schools.
And to tag along on that, I think, this is my own personal opinion, every Thursday when there's a press conference, we hope that there's going to be something that comes out, but it doesn't seem like much changes. And that's my greatest frustration. But before we talk about that, could we talk about two other things that I think are really important, and then we can get back to that if that's okay with everybody?
The discussion is open.
It has to do with this.
Yeah, let me just add this piece before I yield to you, Ms. Uggetti, and that is that idea of metrics. I think it's incumbent upon all of us to recognize that it is not one singular percentage. It may be a myriad of 2 or 3 or 4 different kinds of headings or areas that must be in place before you open. So I wouldn't want us to confuse folks by thinking it's just a number. It may be more than that. Ms. Uggetti?
Okay. I would like to ask the question that, and I think it's, I'm not sure, Dr. McCord, who's going to answer this. I'd like to ask about the information that came out from the Arizona Risk Retention, which is, I believe, all but 3 districts in the state of Arizona belong to it. And they have come out saying that they will not cover any kind of a lawsuit or under certain circumstances. Could we go over that, please?
Yes, we can. I'll bring up Mrs. Betts to have that discussion about that.
And this relates to district liability, is that right?
Arizona Risk Retention.
Arizona Risk Retention, which would be, you know how we get served for playground accidents and things like that, yeah.
There was a lot of, that was published, I think KTAR put something out and it was all over social media and we saw it a little bit before that and Ms. Betts would have some more specific information related to that.
So I have some very recent information regarding that. So first of all, the thought would be that the state or the federal government would come out and would hold school districts harmless for any liability related to the coronavirus pandemic. As that has not yet occurred, then the Risk Retention Trust went out to their reinsurers to find out whether there was any possibility to provide liability coverage. The thinking initially is that, well, this is a communicable disease, that it's extraordinarily difficult to determine where the individual who has it got it, whether it came from the schools or from McDonald's or from Costco or from Walmart. And so being able to prove that it was due to the school district, and also the fact that our liability insurance, generally we cover a claim in the event that the school district failed somehow to protect the community or the student or whatever. We failed to fill a hole in the parking lot, as an example, and somebody tripped and broke an ankle. Anyway, so that was the initial guidance. The reinsurers would not provide any coverage related to this. And so at that point in time, the Risk Retention Trust administrators got together and they have scheduled a meeting for the 4th of August regarding a possible option for school districts throughout the state of Arizona. And this option would require the school district to at least have everyone fill out the acknowledgement form. There were 2 forms sent out. One was a full waiver of responsibility of the school district if their children come back to school. And the second one was an acknowledgement form indicating that they understand that there is a communicable disease out there and that the school district has in many cases little control over whether it's transmitted or not. So in the event that they would provide coverage, it would be at a fee for every school district, and it would be as long as those acknowledgement forms were filled out by every parent who's sending their child back to school.
And what happens if a parent refuses to sign it?
And then under those circumstances, it is, the idea would be that they would be encouraged to go online. The parent would be encouraged to go online. But under those circumstances, and we haven't discussed this, so I am on the Risk Retention Board, and we have not discussed this as a board. And so it's going to be discussed and decided upon on the 4th of August. Those questions, of course, will come up. Right now, the answer is that it's possible that the insurance would not be provided.
So we won't know anything until after the 4th of August or past that time, correct?
Right. It's the good news is they think they've come up with a possibility. The other thing it's well and good that you can say it's a communicable disease and there's no way we can control whether it's transmitted or not or where it came from in the school. But the concern that most school districts have is just the number of claimants that would at least come out and present a claim, and then the potential legal costs associated with having to defend numerous claims associated with this. So those are all of those things that are playing a role in what the board will do on this particular issue on the 4th of August.
But this once again is one more thing that we don't know, and we're being possibly forced into making some decisions when we don't have all the information.
Yes, we don't know. We have not met as a board on this at all. They've just been working behind the scenes to come up with some options.
And in the event that the trust is not able to come up with some options and cannot offer liability insurance because no one is willing to insure that, then we as a district will be liable to pay those claims if the person suing would win in court.
And I think it's probably a little bit different than that. So it's not the paying of the claim for purposes of a damage that was due to the student that attended school. It would be more of the legal costs associated with actually defending it and not knowing how many claims. And I think that was the rationale behind the waiver initially. And some of the lawyers, I've talked with staff, and some of the lawyers are, yes, the waiver does have validity, and others are, no, it doesn't have any validity. So it's there's a lot of things we're juggling in the air right now.
Ms. Betts, does that include staff as well that would have to fill out that?
No, the staff is covered under workers' comp. So you asked the question earlier. Again, it goes through the same process, though. Is the workers' comp claim due to something that occurred on the work site versus from some other source? So all that investigation would be done, but that would be done now regardless. So
Would they have some kind of contact tracing to figure that out? Will they set that up, or how will that work?
I don't know what the legal ramifications would be.
I'm probably asking you questions you can't answer because you haven't been at a board meeting yet, and I apologize for that.
No, that's okay.
But I think these are all things that we have to take a look at for what could possibly happen to the district based on the limited information we have right now.
Yeah, and I think the biggest fear, my understanding, the biggest fear from fellow school districts throughout Arizona is just the potential legal costs associated with defending a claim that something occurred due to some negligence on a school site.
Even if it happened at Costco, somebody can still sue us.
Correct. I think that was the point. Yeah.
Ms. Betts, so is there still a chance for a hold harmless clause?
So my information from staff is that they continue to lobby for having the state legislature put out some sort of a legislation indicating that the school districts will be held harmless for. It's sort of like having the measles at a school or chicken pox. I mean, I don't think it's been in history that anyone has submitted a liability claim against a school district because their child got chicken pox at school or perceived to have gotten it at school. So this is a very weird time with this pandemic and the coronavirus.
And it's my understanding, Mrs. Wood, is that it has to be legislatively, it has to go through the legislative process in order for the hold harmless to really be effective.
It definitely has to be through the legislature, though the federal government is talking about it as well.
But nobody's done anything yet.
No one's done anything yet.
Could that be addressed in an executive order?
No, because I think it's a legislative. It has to
go
be
through
the
the-
legislature has to pass a law. I don't know that for sure, but I know a lot about the two trusts, which I'm going to ask the next question about.
They were working on that before they gave up the session in March, because that was one of the laws that didn't get through, was that hold harmless clause. So our legislatures left us in a pickle too. Not just the governor, the legislature. So anyone who wants to write an email, please email the governor and the legislature, because if you got them to do their part, you wouldn't have to email us.
Ms. Ujetti, something else?
Not for Mrs. Betts, but unless somebody else does. I'm going to put Mr. McIntosh on the hot seat now.
Go ahead.
Mr. McIntosh, as you know, I have been on the insurance trust since the inception, which was in about 1986, 87, thereabouts, when our district self-insured, so that we put our own money into the insurance trust, and then we contract out with Blue Cross Blue Shield and so on. And having had a very dear friend who was one of my teachers at Gilbert L, when I was there, her husband went through 30 days, 21 of them on a ventilator, and now having to go through a lot of therapy. I had asked you to get me the information. We have X amount of dollars that we put in every year, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then if we get to a certain percentage or a certain point, 300 or 325,000?
350,000 for the stop loss.
350,000.
For the stop loss.
So up until $350,000 of an insurance claim, we pay for it.
Correct.
And then after the 350,000, we have another company come in and take over, but we pay a huge premium for that, and it's based on how many cases we have, correct?
On how many hit the stop loss each year.
Yeah.
in
So
aggregate, yeah.
if we have a whole bunch, then our premium goes up. Okay, so from my experience, it seems like we have about 5 a year that hit that, and it's usually a cancer or something like that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. How much, just ballpark figure, would it cost for one employee who is hospitalized and for so many days? And I know you can't answer the PTOT question or whatever, but just let's say one employee ends up in the hospital with 20 days or whatever with COVID.
So I asked the question to our consultant at Meritain, and he said a conservative number with an employee who would contract COVID and has some complications, has to be intubated for 30 days, would be about $250,000.
And that's just for the hospitalization, not for everything that happens afterwards.
Correct.
Okay. So how often do we get to $250,000? Can you answer that?
We haven't yet.
Okay.
We have had 28 employees.
No, I'm talking about just in general. How many employees do we have that get to 250,000? I probably should have asked you that question.
No,
I shouldn't ask you that now. My point is,
7?
let's say we get 15 employees that get to 250,000 or more.
Right.
What would happen to the trust?
Would be 15 employees times 350,000. So whatever that number is,
And what would that mean for our trust?
well, right now we're sitting on 14.5 million at the end of the year, and then we would start the year over, with the 27.
And that would be just in addition to then everybody else that would get sick has to come out of that 14 million.
Correct.
So it could conceivably really do damage to the trust.
If we had a large population of people who had to be hospitalized, it would be a large number. We're fortunate so far. We've had 28 employees with it. 21 of them were members of the trust. We paid 13 of those claims for a total of $35,975.
Which isn't bad.
We've only had 3 hospitalized so far.
And then how much for testing?
We have had 453 members tested at a cost of about $90,000.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
If I could ask something, Sheila, and not to be insensitive in any way, truly, but those employees could get this even if we're not at school. You know what
Correct.
I'm saying?
They could. Absolutely.
If you look at charts, there's other things besides just being at school that are even more risky, which is like going to a restaurant. It's like normal things that we do every day. So
I agree
I'm just
with you.
saying, so it's just one of those, this is just a really, really difficult time for us and for our employees, for all of us. We're just trying our best to figure this out. But there are lots of implications.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So going back to discussing your motion, one of my concerns about this motion, the way it's currently worded, and I totally agree, I want to get back to school as soon as possible. But there is a lot the state needs to do, and when we're looking at our current numbers, I think it would take us some time, since I don't know what the governor's metrics are, I would like to think that, maybe in 8 weeks, things would be a lot better, and we could get back in school. I don't know what the metrics are, and I don't know how long it's going to take to bring us down from, maybe the number of new cases that we have today into a number that's acceptable, or how long it's going to take to have testing in such a rapid fashion that it would actually prove useful instead of having to wait for 12 days. If you have to wait for 12 days to find out whether you have a positive result, that's not very useful to figuring out whether someone is sick with COVID or something else. So I'm concerned about leaving it open in that way because I think it's going to take some time. And I just wonder about the thoughts of putting a particular date on it so that we at least know, okay, we're going to get to this point, and if we can do it sooner, we'll do it sooner, but at least at this point, we will reevaluate and then make a plan, because we all know this is changing very rapidly, that we'll then make a plan to get, to the next point, which might be another quarter on, it might be 2 months on or something. I just wonder if having some sort of a date would be helpful to people.
Then could I offer the day after Labor Day to evaluate? If that's what you're saying, because it's going to depend on the metrics, is what people have asked us to commit to the metrics. So I don't know how having a date, if we're not ready by those metrics, then it doesn't matter. And if we are beforehand, then we can go back to school before that. So I truly am committed to the data and the science of those metrics. I think that's when our staff will feel safest to go back, whether it's in 3 weeks, which would be a miracle, or in 9, 10, 11 weeks. And hopefully, like you said, hopefully the governor, this will encourage all of the things that need to be happening to, to get us to where we need to be, to have these kinds of things. Hopefully that will encourage that.
Well, I do think I would like to see, this is one of the things I felt was positive about the governor offering metrics, was to say to our community, this is the frustration. Here we are, we should be opening schools. When we closed schools in March and we stayed closed, we, over the summer, wasted an opportunity as a state. In the numbers that came out in June, and our highest number was June 30th, and it was 5,400 and something. It was June 29th through 30th. I'm sorry if I get that off a little bit. But that was our highest number. If we had continued where we were at the end of May and worked to bring that down, we would be perfectly safe to open schools. So one of the things I would hope that we get with metrics from the governor is to encourage all of our community that we're in this together. It's easy to make a decision. Oh, I'm going to go see my friends. I don't have to wear a mask. But all in all, each one of us has to take that personal responsibility to help bring this spread down by doing those things that keep us safe and keep other people safe. Wear a mask, wash our hands, social distance. I've been home so much since March. I've only been out one day on a hike in Payson, and I only saw 4 people while I was there. So, we need to consider that this is a very different time, but it's definitely something where we as a community need to work together in order that we can protect our vulnerable elderly citizens. And I also looked at the ADE website. It's not 65 and older who are getting this. It's our 20 to 40 and 40 to 59. And actually, the graph, the line for youth, there are 10,000 COVID cases for those who are 0 to 19. So it's not the elderly who are getting this. It is the younger populations that are getting this. And so I think it's all of us in the community working so that kids can get back in school and so that we can bring this spread down. And I would be willing, I would almost want to look at it earlier than the day after Labor Day so that if we did things well, we could open schools the day after Labor Day. But that would be just a checkpoint because we just don't know how things are going to go. But maybe I don't have a calendar to look at what the date is previously, but I think people need, I think once we get to where those metrics are made, I think we need a couple of weeks for people to plan. What I would say, let's plan that we're going to be online, and when those metrics are met, or when we know they're going to be met, we have 2 weeks to help transition from what we've been doing online to going back into the classroom, whatever that may look like. I'm hoping it will look a lot better because I think when we get into the classroom, if it's too if the cleaning and the protocols get too difficult to deal with, I think people are going to get tired and lax, and that is a huge concern for me because I want our community to be safe.
Mrs. Wood, would you be willing to say let's do it for the first quarter and look at it again on Labor Day, or even sooner? Because to me, we should make the decision, work with it so that teachers and everybody know what to do. But we can, if everything gets better, we can immediately, just if we say the commitment is to this date and things get better, why can't we go back to school?
Why say that date? I would prefer, Sheila, that we would, I would prefer that we would wait till we see the metrics on August 7th, so like the first week of school, basically, online, and then maybe have a special meeting the 11th or something, or that next week. And by that time we'll have more information from the trust as far as liabilities and maybe a few other things like that. And then from there, maybe we would say there's no way this is going to happen before the first quarter. I just don't feel comfortable saying the first quarter. Students need to be in school as soon as possible is my thought, as soon as it's safely. And I know I do, and I know our teachers are saying the same thing. So,
But I just think they need to be able to plan.
I know.
Think teachers
I know. This is frustrating. I know.
They've limbo is, they've been in limbo.
It's been horrible. I know.
And
we all have, though. It's been so horrible.
Yeah.
We do have plans in place, and we do have plans to go back. Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr, go ahead.
Thank you. If I may, I understand the concept of setting a date and pulling it in, but to me, it's the exact opposite of the approach that all of these so-called experts that we've been asked to rely on have suggested. The CDC, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the National Academy of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, as well as the I'm sorry, I forgot the name of the Johns Hopkins University, as well as Harvard, have all suggested that we, as policymakers, should start with the concept that we should be in person. So let's start with the idea we want to be in person, and if we have to delay it based on the data, we delay it. That is a communication to our parents that we are trying to get into school as quickly as it is safe to do it. Taking the opposite approach is a message to our parents that we're willing to delay, and if we're willing to delay, I can tell you from my personal conversations, I know at least 100 students who are planning to homeschool elementary. I know several high school students who are planning to start at a community college and get their diploma through community college. We are sending a message where we will permanently lose these students and the support of these families. If they know that they're getting the message from the board and the top that we're trying to support them, they're willing to support us. But we have to meet the expectations, and we have to do it safely. And this approach versus the alternative approach achieves the exact same thing, but conveys to our parents and our families and our teachers that we value their safety and we're going to do it as soon as we can.
Let's also not forget, if I may, Mrs. Humphreys, let's not forget that regardless, come the 17th, we are still obligated to follow the executive order with those special populations.
That is correct.
Yes.
So throw that into the mix because we're going to get the metrics hopefully before that. And if we get them, we'll have to evaluate them and determine what we're going to use or how we're going to use them, and then decide on when it's safe based on those metrics. And it could be very soon after that. It could be fall break. It could be first quarter. It could be Labor Day. We don't know. But we're still obligated to the 17th.
I think it's, and I want to go back to just a question that keeps swirling in my mind when it comes to the data is, and I don't know what people are assuming either in this room, online, or anywhere out there, of when those metrics and that data, when do you start counting it? What day is that? Is that the 7th? Are you able to go backwards and start at a certain date? Do you see what I'm saying? Because I would assume that there would have to be everything that I've read in metrics that people use is that there's a 14-day trend, right? So that automatically puts us, if we started on the 7th and let's say we had a downward trend, that automatically puts us to the 21st at minimum. And so those are just some questions swirling in my head as it relates to that as well. I don't know when that starts or if they'll allow us to start it earlier. I don't know.
So I wanted to make a comment.
Go ahead.
Dr. Santa Cruz. I disagree with Mr. Carr. I feel like that setting a date that's too early is disheartening when we have to move it back and discouraging to families. I almost feel like it would be better to set it back a little bit, and then if we can bring it up, that's to me more encouraging. But because I did look up a lot of data, and I just Googled things and looked at websites. So this is theguardian.com, and they had a wonderful map where you could see that, because what I was looking for was the number of cases per 100,000 residents to be able to compare us. Because at one point, I think when we were around that high day of June 29th or June 30th, we were the worst in the world per 1,000 residents, 100,000 residents, number of cases. And today, we are currently second in the United States in number of cases per 100,000 residents. Louisiana was ahead of us at 2,364 per 100,000 residents. We are second at 2,251 cases per 100,000 residents. And New York is third, and Florida is fifth. New Jersey is fourth. So we are ahead of New York. Congratulations. So when we're talking about setting a date to go back to school, let's be realistic about where we are. We have a long ways to go before I feel like the metrics would be safe to return to school. And I hope that would only take 6 or 8 weeks. I mean, we've had a drastic downturn, but I'm not looking just for a downward trend, because we do have a downward trend for the last month, but we were the worst in the world at the end of June. So I need a downward trend and a minimal number of cases to feel safe about reopening schools. That is kind of my point.
I can appreciate that, Ms. Humphries, but I also think, again, if you're going to say we're going to rely on the data and the experts, then that's what you have to say. That's what you have to go by. You can't
and I would say
qualify that with then deciding not to and putting an arbitrary thing on it. So that's my concern with
I guess
that
my
approach.
concern is right now I'm not trusting the governor very well. That's my problem.
Well, but how? But then how are
that's
you
putting
qualified
politics
then?
and your feelings first.
How are you qualified then to discern the data? I'm just trying to say we have to agree on something.
People who have put out those sort of plans, and when I get the governor's plan, I'm going to compare it to what some other people have suggested, other people who are also experts. I know it's my feeling, but it's also my objectivity. The governor has not led in this pandemic in helping us to get safely through, and he hasn't always followed the data as well as he should have. The opening in May is a great example. So
and I am grateful that the governor has set aside his own opinion and delegated this to experts in the Arizona Department of Health.
And I hope he gets it right.
He's trying to set aside those politics and follow the experts, which is what our teachers have called for and our parents have called for. Let's use the data and put aside our feelings, please.
I am using the data, Mr. Carr, and what I'm saying is the data that I looked at says we have a long way to go before it would be safe to go back to school. I mean, as far as the number of cases per day, that's the data I'm looking at, the number of cases per day and the number of cases per 100,000 residents. That's the data I'm looking at.
And Ms. Humphries, what expertise, science or medical, do you have for setting that criteria in lieu of deferring to those who have expertise and work for the Department of Health? Because right now I'm saying I'm willing to put aside my feelings, my preferences, my politics, and follow the data. That's what I'm asking us all to do. I'm not taking my opinion of when it's safe. I'm deferring to the experts as we've been asked to do.
And I think that we're all saying that too, Mr. Carr. It's just that we don't know when that's going to happen. And as I said a little while ago, let's possibly come up with a date. We can always backtrack on it.
Would it be appropriate?
And again, respectfully, go ahead, sorry.
No, go ahead and finish your thought.
I think we would get to the same thing, but I think the message to the community is the wrong message. And that is my opinion, my feeling, not my decision making.
Would it be appropriate, Ms. Wood, to suggest in your motion that as a concluding thought, utilizing the data to determine the date that is safe to open?
So would your intent be that we come back after we find out what the metrics are a week after and have more of a discussion, or what? I don't know what you're saying. Absolutely, that's what my thought is that use the data to open.
Just to add the caveat, because when it's safe to open and to determine that time frame.
Oh, I like that.
Okay.
Can I clarify? So,
and Dr. Santa Cruz, I absolutely. Oh, go ahead, please, Dr. McCord.
Well, for everybody out there, so does that negate the August 17th date? Because that'll be question number one as soon as we close out this meeting. So do we go back to school on August 17th or not? I think that it needs to be clearly stated that now there is no date specifically, and that data and metrics will determine when we open. Is that what I'm...
As I read it and as I hear it, that would be my interpretation.
And that's more or less what I was going to say. I think the reality is, I hope that we can hit August 17th. I hope that the bell curve shape that we saw with a very, very steep increase is followed and we get a true bell curve and it decreases at that same rate. I think the reality is that's probably not going to happen, and I'm willing to acknowledge that. But only the data and time will tell us that. And I'm willing to follow the data on that. But yes, Dr. McCord and Dr. Santa Cruz, I agree. In all probability, the data and the metrics that are released are going to require a push out by all schools.
And I think that's...
But our goal, and go ahead.
I was going to say, I think that's pretty well been articulated as I listened to the last press conference by the governor and superintendent and the director of health services. I think they kind of echoed that sentiment as well, that the 17th was a moving target to begin with.
What is the wording of the motion as it currently stands?
I don't want to put words into Ms. Wood's mouth other than the last three that I said.
Yes. I move that we begin schools online August 5th and then reopen schools per the data and metrics to be outlined by the health professionals, the AD, and the governor. But what did you say, Dr. Santa Cruz?
I thought in your motion you indicated metrics as a part of that.
Yeah, per the metrics. I said the data and metrics outlined to be outlined by the health professionals and the ADE and the governor.
To determine the opening date for this school year.
Okay.
In person.
In person.
Yeah.
So should I not say then reopen the schools? I move that we begin schools online August 5th and then per the data and metrics to be outlined by the health professionals and ADE and the governor, determine the in-person opening of schools.
Everyone understand?
Just
go ahead, Mr. Carr.
Yes, help us out.
I was going to say, I'm not sure that's exactly how we worded it, so may I suggest that we offer a substitute motion and word it how we want it to word?
Please. Is that okay with you, Dr. Santa Cruz? That's okay with me.
Ms. Wood is going to accept your amendment.
Okay, yeah, let me see.
I hadn't written it down. I was going to go with what she had just said.
That was pretty good. I saw Ms. Wood looking up at the sky like.
Well, I was waiting for something to appear.
But, sorry, I just was acknowledging that it wasn't worded exactly the same, and since we didn't have it, maybe we offer what she just said as the substitute motion.
I don't think it needs to be a substitute motion. I think it's substantially what she offered to begin with. So unless we want to tweak the wording, it doesn't need to be a substitute motion.
So basically, right now, we don't have any idea when we'll go back to school. We just have to wait.
Well, we do know that we'll be online. I think.
No, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I apologize.
Sorry. I think maybe what we could do is add something that we will be online until the public health metrics are met, and we will provide a 2-week window where we can transition from online to in-school. That doesn't mean that we have to wait until those metrics are totally met. Maybe if we can see that it's coming, we can announce it or something like that.
So that would be a completely different motion than what you had, because that would be just an open end and we're not going back to school till the metrics are met, correct?
Well, that's what she said. That's what she.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what she said.
You're saying it could be, okay.
When would you feel safe to go back? When would our teachers feel safe to go back? I mean, we can choose a date, but how do we know? It's horrible.
As I recall, and I'm not sure if Ms. Wilson captured the exact wording, but as I recall, the original motion was included August 17th or as the metrics allow, because it did have the date in there, but the reality of the situation, as we're acknowledging, is it's when the metrics are met.
You stuck the 17th in there, and that, at least for this dull mind, has confused me.
Yeah.
Well, and that's, again, maybe I'm recalling incorrectly what I seconded, but my recollection of the original motion was that it included August 17th or when the metrics were met.
I don't recall that.
And so
I don't recall
now,
either.
Okay, then.
I recall it as being
Then
no date.
Let's have Ms. Wood read it again. She has it written down.
Well, scratched out a little bit. So I move that we begin schools online August 5th, and then I said reopen per the data and metrics to be outlined by the health professionals and ADD. But then after I talked to you, okay, I move that we begin schools online August 5th, and then per the data and metrics to be outlined by the health professionals and the AD and the governor to determine the in-person opening of school. That sounds horrible.
Once again, that could be indefinitely.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and can I I'd like to I do have some statistics here. 4 days ago, Dr. Deborah Burke stated that it's still an open question how rapidly children under 10 spread coronavirus. Without this knowledge, it could be a very difficult reopening. And as of today, according to the Arizona Department of Health Services, the fatalities are 47.41 deaths for 100,000. In the zip codes 85296 and 85234, and I believe that somebody said there's 9 zip codes or something.
I have all the cases for those zip codes if you're interested.
Yes. There's 101 to 500 cases per 100,000. And according to today's data, we are in an area where COVID-19 is widespread. Congregating people during this time frame could accelerate the spread, and schools could become super spreaders. The Harvard Global Health Institute rates 10 cases of infection out of 100,000 as the threshold for a stay-at-home order. That's 10 cases. Our infection rate in Maricopa County is almost 5 times higher than that. Our positivity rate is 12.7%. The threshold to enact suppression and mitigation measures, wearing masks, hand washing, social distancing, etc., is 5%. We have more than double the positivity rate in our community at this time. Health experts advise stay-at-home orders above 5% positivity, and in our community, we are more than double that with a positivity rate of 12.7%. And I think those are the metrics you're talking about, except for what maybe the governor might change them a little bit. Is that correct?
I'm saying whatever he comes out with in conjunction with, I don't know what he's going to use. I have no idea. Because positivity rate has some amount of, I mean, I can go through and explain exactly why that doesn't matter that much, just like the doctor did. Everyone is going to get it. We need to, I mean, we want to have that many people get it. The positivity rate means that people who don't have it aren't being tested. So at some point, if we all go and get tested, that would drive the positivity rate down. Those of us who got tested and didn't come back positive. Do you see what I'm saying? So I have no idea what exactly the governor and this health officials will use to be those metrics, but there will be something like that will give us guidance, that will say when it's less, when wearing our masks, doing the things that the CDC says, having as much distance as possible in our classrooms, which I saw on the American Academy of Pediatrics, that they feel like 3 feet with students is enough with masks. There's other guidance. I'm just saying, we'll do all those things. We'll put all those things in place, and we'll screen. We're going to be serious about, you can't come to school sick. I know that that's been different than in the past. We have to do things different now. This is what we're going to have to do so that we can come to school. But all of those things in place, plus when the governor's metrics, which basically is part of his executive order that I think we're going to have to abide by anyways. So I guess, I don't know where I'm going with that, Sheila. What were you saying?
I'm just still concerned about the limbo with the teachers and not having, are they going to plan for this? Are they going to plan for that? And I hope, there's probably never been a time in my life that I would hope that I'm wrong, but I don't see that this is going to happen anytime soon. So if it's open-ended, I think I can probably live with that. Mm-hmm. I would just like to say, my preference is say, okay, first quarter, if we meet the metrics, then we can go back.
I agree with Mr. Carr, though, that the idea is it's about the metrics, not about determining a date, and that it's about, we want to be in school.
Yeah.
That's what we're saying. We want to be in school. So I know it's semantics at some level of what we're saying, but I think it does send a message, and it's a difficult message. We're going to have disappointed families at this point. I think some families would prefer to hear exactly that the first quarter, so they would leave and do something different.
So do you think people are willing to just, wait it out?
Well, what choice do we have? We have to wait till the data says, and
right.
You know what I'm saying?
But to me, it's the same thing, because we're saying, okay, we plan on it. We'll say they're into first quarter, but if there's a miracle on September 5th or whatever, then we can go back. I think it's easier to go back to school, and I can ask the experts. It seems to me it's easier to go back to say, okay, everything's good, so we can go back.
I think it's easier if we had a date that we can move it up than move it back. I think moving it back is discouraging. And I don't know what that date would be. I mean,
what do you mean by moving it back?
I mean, if we set a date like the day after Labor Day, and we have to push it back to October.
Right,
I think
that's-
that's very
Yes, that's my point.
demoralizing to people, whereas if they, okay, we're going to work for this date in October, and we're
And
going
then
to
we
stay
can,
online, but all of a sudden, look, Arizona's doing great.
Right, that's my point.
And a month early, we can announce, hey, we are going to be back in the classroom in 2 weeks because we've met those metrics. So in 2 weeks, guys, instead
Yeah.
of waiting till fall break at the end of September or the middle of September, we're going to be back in the classroom. I think that would be a relief to people.
I do
Whereas
too.
if you, in the middle of September, you say, well, never mind, we're going to go to October, people are going to be very discouraged. And I understand that that means some people will leave.
Yeah.
I don't think, I think what I would say to our community is, when I talked about the 5 C's before, I talked about children, community, common ground, consensus, and constraint. Tonight, I would want to talk about common ground and consensus. Every email that we received said, I love Gilbert Public Schools. I like all the things that my kids get to do. I like the extracurricular activities. I want them to have their teachers and the academics. If that's what you love, I think we can all agree on that, the consensus is we want to make it through this trying year, this pandemic, and be able to keep that intact. And in order to do that, we need to keep people enrolled in our district, because when we start having to cut budgets, and I've cut budgets more than I've enhanced them, when we have to start cutting budgets, then it gets really hard because we start losing some of those wonderful things that we currently enjoy. And so the way I would want to encourage our community is, okay, I know, and frankly, community college is going to be online too because they got the same problem. But if you really love what your kids had, then stick with us so we can get through the trying time, and stay with us so that when we get on the other side of this, they can still have that. And that's what I love about public schools is we can be the best option for all kids. We can be the best option for all kids. And that may mean we have to, work a little bit in this online environment to make a better education for some of the kids that struggled. It may mean we have to consider special ed and how they are educated, because there are people that online isn't going to work for. But we really need to think about how we're going to make that online part work really, really well as we move forward, because that is we've got to have our connection to our community, we've got to have our connection to our teachers, we've got to have that academic part, we've got to have, I've been trying to think, how do we do the extracurricular activities? Can kids come and they can be outside, and maybe we have band practice and they're way spread out, or football practice and they all stand in their little circle, but at least they're there together, or choir practice is all, in the outside, so they're singing, but they're like 20 feet apart, so nobody gets any particles. I mean, we've got to be creative and make this online part really, really good. And I mean, frankly, what we need is the metrics for the governor, and then we need some direction about how long, what they're going to do to help us meet those metrics, because most of this is on the state in the testing and contact tracing and quarantining, so those numbers come down to where we can feel safe about bringing kids back to school. But
I can bring us back to the target. It appears that we are at least in consensus with most of the motion that's been offered. The sticking point is the end of it. A date, open-ended, and there's where we're stuck. if I'm incorrect, please correct me, but I believe we're in agreement with everything up to the point for about when we open, when we actually go back to in-person instruction.
I think, I don't know that we know
Dr.
that, though.
Sanders, if I may.
Hold on, Ms. Ujetti has the floor.
Go
ahead.
Mr. Carr needs to.
Go ahead and finish.
Okay. I think that we can't come up with a date, but I think we can come up with a date and then change it. And I think exactly what you're saying, but I just don't think everybody should be in limbo. And I think teachers need to be able to plan. They need to, if they're going to be online, let's give them the opportunity to make that the best experience they can. And then if I don't think there's a teacher I've talked to, and I think you'll be hard put to find anybody that believes in brick and mortar schools other than probably you and I.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying anything about the rest of the board, but I spent 38 years of my career in a public school, 17 years as a teacher, 21 years as a principal. Those are the best years of my career. And I loved every minute of it. Well, mostly every minute, not always every minute.
Let's be honest.
But we're in unprecedented times. And so I want us to be back. I want our kids to be back. I want it to be normal. And I'm an old lady, I want the whole world to be normal, but right now, COVID's in charge of the world. We're not. And so all I want us to do is plan, give people a date that, we're going to target, let's say, like I said, first quarter. And then if a miracle happens, Mr. McCord, Dr. McCord, how soon could you get, if let's say September 17th or 15th or whatever, it was a Friday, could we be back to school on Monday?
I think.
Well, could we? Yeah, we could. Would it look real pretty? Probably not. So I think.
Could you get in a week? Could you do it?
We could probably turn things around in a week. I mean, we would have to do some things administratively on our end. I'm sure, and then we'd have to determine. My hope is. What we have to figure out is who's going to stay online, who wants flex, because a lot of people are going to change their mind probably tomorrow. Mm-hmm. And so we're going to keep trying to backfill that. So it would take a week, maybe two, but we would work real hard.
But some of the people that are going online right now would probably choose to go back to the classroom if the conditions are such, the metrics are such that everything would be okay.
Correct. And
that they would feel safer.
Right.
Let's realize that this isn't going away.
No, I'm concerned about even October. The way Arizona is.
Mr. Carr, I'm sorry, you have the floor.
Thank you, and I apologize for interrupting. There's just enough of a delay on the phone that sometimes I think I'm speaking in a gap and I end up speaking over somebody. So
not a problem.
My apologies to my fellow board member. Look, I recognize that we all want the same thing. We want students back in school. The state metrics, whether we like it or not, require an open date, regardless of which approach we take. Any date that we choose today is an arbitrary choice. We're picking a date out of the air, and regardless of what we think, we're misleading. We're misleading the public. If we guess a date that's too soon and we have to push it out, then we yank the carpet out from under parents and students. We set a false hope and because we moved that date on them. If we set a date that's too late, we send a message to our parents that we aren't desirous of opening soon. And has been acknowledged by other members of the board in this conversation. And as I stated, parents will leave. They've already told us that. Many have. That leaves us not only with the impact now, but it leaves us cutting budget next year when they don't come back. This year we're protected by the executive order. But even this year, let's recognize that if if our numbers decline, we will be riffing. And that's something that none of us want to do. We're not going to keep teachers on with declined numbers, even though we have protected revenue. So we're not protecting our teachers, we're not protecting our staff if we make a decision that leads to people leaving, and we will be facing the difficult decisions that we so often hear about of cutting budgets. I would suggest and I've tried to make this case multiple ways, I would suggest we send the message to our parents. We are doing everything we can to open as soon as we can. We don't know until the metrics come out what date that will be, but we want to make sure that we do it as quickly as possible, knowing that it's safe based on the health experts. I will share with you, over the last 3 weeks, I have purposely spoken to 11 Gilbert-based pediatricians that I know. Now, maybe this isn't representative because they're people that I know, but I asked all 11 two questions. I asked them, if schools open up, will you send your child back? All 11 immediately responded back, yes, I will send my child back in person. Then I asked them, is that what you're telling your patients? And I will give a kind of a generic summary answer because of what the consensus answer was. And their answer was, no, I don't tell my parents that. I tell them they need to evaluate their own individual situation. Is their child at risk? Are they at risk? Do they have someone else at home at risk? Make an informed, wise decision. That's what we need to give parents the option of doing, making an informed and wise decision. And we need to let them do it as soon as possible. And if we send the message that we're going to pick a date out there in time that isn't as soon as possible, we will find parents homeschooling and not coming back. I know I've already talked with 3 groups. A week ago, I talked with 3 separate groups that contacted me, one of which had already bought curriculum. They want to come back to our elementaries, but they're willing to not come back to our elementaries if we're not willing to give them a message that we're going to open. As I alluded to earlier in the conversation, I've talked to numerous parents who are already prepared to send their kids to community colleges and universities early. We're going to lose these parents who want to support us.
Mr. Carr, I would prefer to speak more positively. I want to encourage people to stay. I'm not going to talk about who's leaving. I'm going to say why you need to stay and what the reasons are for staying. That's going to be my message to people. We have a great district, and we have provided for over 100 years through the Great Depression, the Great Recession, World War II, World War I. We have provided a great education. And we will get through this pandemic. And I'm going to encourage people that this is the best place to be, even if you have to be online for a little while with your kids. And I have a great book you need to read before you go back to school with those kids. Taming Your Spirited Child is the best parenting book I can recommend. Please get it, read it, so that you can work with your kids and not have power struggles. And that's what I want, is a positive message. I'm not going to talk about, I'm worried people are going to leave. I'm going to talk about why there are reasons to stay.
When we're not willing to talk about both sides of the issue, then we're not going to make a wise decision.
I think if I could say one thing too, I think another concern that I have, and you mentioned you talked to other superintendents and districts, and everyone's kind of just waiting right now, or everybody's planned to open, or what is the plan? Because that does kind of make a difference.
Sure. Right now, everybody is in the East Valley. Well, no, let me rephrase that. Yeah. That would be inaccurate. Mesa has never set a date to go back. So I think they're playing the wait and see. Tempe L has pushed it back to their fall break. Kyrene starts their digital online, I think, today or tomorrow. And then they're planning for August 17th as in-person and flex. But That was as of yesterday. And then Chandler already pushed their start date back for online to where we are, and they're at August 17th. Queen Creek is at August 17th, online on the 4th or the 3rd, and Higley has already started online, and they are August 17th. Nobody, I don't know, Mesa, I think, maybe has a board meeting tonight. I don't think anybody else has a board meeting right now or this week, or nobody alluded to that. I didn't check that. So everyone indicated that they were sure that would be a topic of discussion moving forward. So that's like I said, that's what I know as of today, and I may be inaccurate in a couple pieces, but I think the 17th is where most were at.
And that's for in-person, face-to-face learning.
In person, whatever options they're out there giving, but in person.
Utilizing
yeah.
their options, including face-to-face.
Correct.
If they can do that under the metrics the governor gives them on the 7th.
Correct.
So it could be open-ended there, too. I still think we need a date, and then we can move it back if we.
Well, maybe we just need a vote, because I don't want to set a date. I want to leave it open-ended, so I guess we'll just see where it goes, I guess.
Okay, let me see if I can
Please state the
figure this
motion
out
again.
here. And interrupt me and correct me if I'm misstating here. Begin online on August 5th and reopen for in-person learning once the data and metrics have been evaluated to determine a date for full in-person learning.
And do we need to put do we need to make it specific about the metrics basically that are being released by the
I thought
governor?
I included data and metrics in there.
You did, but do we need to say that they're just not any data and metrics, it's whatever the plan, the governor or per the governor's.
The Arizona Department of
Arizona
ADE
Department of Health Services.
And Health Services.
Right. Gabby, did you get most of that? Most of that? Will include Department of Health Services in that? And that's been moved and seconded. That's not a substitution. That's as close as I can get to my understanding of the original motion. Are you okay with that, Ms. Wood?
Mm-hmm. Well, really, I wish that we could go to school sooner in person, but we can't.
I think that general consensus has been met.
Yeah.
I think every one of the
Yes.
board members would like to go to school as soon as possible.
Yes, but
just as many of our parents, but
in light
of that, so is everyone satisfied that they understand?
I understand
before
the
them?
motion, yeah. I just wonder, to me, this is very difficult. Some people will need a date, and some people won't want a date. So how do we make a motion that satisfies both? Because, I mean, I really think what we have to do is pour our energy into online learning and make that the best possible. And when the governor releases the metrics, which, August 7th, I think we should, at the earliest opportunity, when the administration has had time to look at that and can present it to us and discuss it. And I mean, to me, a lot of what has to be met is it's what the state has to do. It's not on us, it's on the state. And I'm not sure, That's my concern about the governor's metrics, because it's got to show people that they can feel safe and that the virus is under control.
We have a governing board meeting on August 11th that we may be ready to have that discussion. Depends on how it's delivered to us and what comes out, but I would do everything I can to be prepared to talk to it on that date.
Okay. That would be the work study and brief board meeting?
Correct.
Okay.
And I would concur with you relative to the online learning. And I think we have to acknowledge our teachers at this point. Many, if not all of them, have already done 1 or 2 trainings on the platform that's been presented to them. And many of them have reported very positively on what it is that they have received via the training and the platform itself. I am less concerned than I was the last quarter of last year regarding the electronics and the use of that online platform, and I'm just confident that that's in place. It is not their preferred mode. That's acknowledged. But am I correct in that assessment, Dr. Newman? She's nodding approvingly, so those of you who couldn't see her, she has indicated that would have been a true statement. Okay.
And Mrs. Wood, in all due respect, I totally understand what you're saying, and I agree that we have to have the metrics in place. I just think we have to have a plan. And so please understand that that's where I'm coming from. I just think teachers need to know, parents need to know, and then we can make changes if we need to. But I totally appreciate what your motion is.
All right. The motion is before you. My assumption is that you understand it as much as I do, and we're ready to vote. And I won't try to repeat it. All those in favor of the motion as presented, please signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, the same?
Nay.
Nay.
I have to say nay. I hope we can come up with something a little better. I don't know what that is, so I guess we go discuss some more. But I understand why you don't want to set a date, and I hope if we're going to have a different motion that we certainly emphasize that we will look at the metrics and return to school at the earliest opportunity that we feel it is safe for everyone. I mean, I think we all want that. It's just how we communicate it that is the sticking point here.
Well, then make a motion, please.
We are open for another motion. I am perfectly satisfied, just as a recommendation, with the verbiage on the previous motion, with the exception of ending it with evaluation for a date of opening.
I would like to move that we plan at this point on opening or going back after the first quarter, or going online till the end of the first quarter with all of the, if we get the metrics in place at any point in time between now and then, that we can then automatically go back, have an emergency meeting or whatever, or give them direction, give them direction right now. I don't know if I'm making sense.
Well, let's keep it simple.
I know.
Let's just make a
Let
motion.
you make it and I'll second it, okay?
Okay, well, I don't have anything written down because I wasn't planning to make the motion, but, okay, so this is the motion I would make. I motion that we work for exceptional online learning and meeting student needs through the first quarter, looking towards meeting the metrics set by the governor and reevaluating at the earliest opportunity to get students back in school.
Second.
And don't ask me to say it again. I hope somebody wrote it down. I might be able to recall it if I have to, but I hope you got it, Gabby.
Okay. The understanding there is, and Gabby, if you got it, you're
So
moving.
can someone summarize that in a shorter phrase? Because I didn't follow all the words.
Okay,
Right.
so what I said was to focus on exceptional online learning and meeting students' needs through the first quarter, and I don't know what the date is that the first quarter ends. So somebody give me, what is that date?
You must.
And reevaluating.
As we get the metrics.
As we get the governor's metrics to open schools at the earliest opportunity. Can somebody tell me what date the first quarter ends, and I can put that date in, but I don't have a calendar. Quarantine, I gave up my calendar. October 2nd.
So we're suggesting we would return to school on October 13th.
Yes.
That'd be the end of the fall break.
Well,
That'd be the first day of second semester.
Well,
yes.
what I said was that we would focus on exceptional online learning and meeting students' needs through October 2nd.
With the
But the message to parents is we're going back to school October 13th.
Yes.
Yes, that's the message.
But with the understanding that if the metrics come through and we meet them, that we can go back
We
to
can
the
go back
brick and mortar
earlier if we meet
earlier.
the metrics, and unfortunately, if we are still in a world of hurt, we would have to push it back.
I'll be candid here. If that were the message and my kids were still in school, I have loved Gilbert Public Schools. I've served every year in the Gilbert Public Schools. And if any other school district opened up the day before, I would take my kids to that school. That's the message I'm going to give. And I hate saying that. But I'm being candid.
Well, and I hear you. It's just that I feel like, for one, if we can really have a focus so people don't feel like they're being pulled in 20 directions. And we're not the only district that has set that date. I mean, Deer Valley, Phoenix Union, I know there are at least half a dozen districts that have used that date. So we're not the only one.
And with all due respect, Mr. Carr, I totally understand what you're saying. And I think that the biggest concern I have, and once again, I'm going to say this, I hope I'm wrong. I think any other school district that goes back without the metrics is probably going to end up online anyway.
Well, I do think we have.
And Ms. Ujetti, I don't disagree that that's a real possibility. I really don't. But the message that you've sent to our parents with that date is that we aren't focused on opening in person.
I don't think we said that. I think we said, yes, we're going to as soon as we can.
That was my question. If I can interrupt, my question was going to be embedded in the motion, although it's not clearly stated, and I think if I'm anticipating what you might want to say, Mr. Carr, is that if the data and metrics
right.
are such that we can open before that date,
We will.
that we will do all we can to begin in-person learning
Right.
once the metrics have been evaluated.
Yes.
Honestly, I feel like we need to all go to communications class because that's not what the public is going to hear. The public is going to hear we're not going back till October 13th. The rest of it is all going to be fluff. And if we don't recognize the message that we're sending to our community, we're going to lose it. And I know that's not the intent. I'm not saying that's the intent. I'm just saying, from my perception, that's the reality of what's going to happen.
Okay, what if we reword it, being an English major, what if we put the rest at the beginning saying, when we meet the metrics set by the governor, we will have in-person instruction. Until that time, we will focus on exceptional online instruction aiming for a return of October 2nd. Except I left off, I don't know. I need to sit in an hour and write this out.
I would support that motion if we write it that way, but that's exactly what we just said, and we voted 3-2 against it.
We didn't say October 2nd. She just said October 2nd.
The only thing that I disagreed with the motion that Mrs. Wood said was to have a tentative date. And maybe we can even say it's a tentative date because that's all it is. I mean, frankly, it's taken me a month to get here because when I saw the letter put out by several board members, that was my one disagreement. I thought, oh my gosh, I don't want to tell people that we're not going to go back to school the whole first quarter, but looking at the state of things today and looking at the data that we currently have on new cases and the number of cases per 100,000 people, it may take several months to get to the point where we can open schools. I mean, that's just and I'm not an expert. I'm just looking at it to say, how fast have we come down and how fast can we do it? So is there a way that we can word the motion, include opening as early as possible, meeting the governor's metrics, and include something about online learning so parents and teachers know that that is our focus, and a date or end of fall quarter? Is there something you can suggest that we can all agree on, Mr. Carr?
Are you opening the door for a substitute motion for Mr. Carr?
I am asking for a substitute motion, or I am asking for some help in wording the motion in a way that would be acceptable, that he feels. I mean, I understand that we want to, the most important thing needs to come first in the motion, and the most important thing, he's probably correct, the most important thing we need to tell our community is that we will work hard to open our schools as early as we feel it can be safe for everyone. And meeting the governor's metrics, hopefully he provides good metrics that will make us feel that way.
Well, first, we're not going to meet that. If we're going to say safely for everyone, as long as disease exists, and as long as we're in a pandemic, it's not safe for everyone. And I said that statement last time. There's always going to be risk. The question is, how much of that risk can we mitigate? And that's exactly what the metrics are intended to do. And the idea that we can guarantee the safety of people, I think, is a fallacy. I wish it weren't. So the question is, how do we move forward the best we can in a pandemic world? I simply would, again, I mean, my preferred language is we're going to open as soon as we possibly can, safely, and we're going to measure safely by the Arizona Department of Health's metrics. The experts, we're going to rely on them. If we've got to insist on a date for reevaluation, I would rather reevaluate sooner than later. Let's come back and say we'll evaluate September 1st. And, you know, at that point, we have the metrics. We've had a chance to look at them. We had a chance to measure them. It's a minimal time.
Okay, can I make this suggestion? Sorry, I'm making motions out of my head. It's kind of hard, so I'm trying to write down. How about if I word it this way? I don't know if this is an amendment. I mean, it would be a slight change to the wording. We will open as soon as we possibly can when we have met the governor's metrics, and we will focus on exceptional online learning and meeting students' needs. And
I have one that possibly could work.
Okay.
If you want. I'm trying to write it.
I'm just trying to figure out how to put.
With the intention of opening as soon as possible, we will continue online instruction until October.
Through October 2nd.
Through the first quarter, unless the governor's metrics allow us to do so sooner. Using the words "with the intention of opening as soon as possible."
Read it one more time, please, Sheila.
With the intention of opening as soon as possible, we will continue online instruction until October, first quarter, unless the governor's metrics allow us to do so sooner. But when we started out with the intention of opening soon, as soon.
How about if we put with the intention of opening, just read your first phrase.
With the intention of opening as soon as possible, we will continue
after we have met the governor's metrics, comma, we will continue online learning through October 2nd unless we can open sooner. Does that work?
But I think if we start out with using the word intention.
Yes.
Of opening.
Can I?
Go ahead.
I'm just listening and I'm trying to put it into words, and I could be as confused as everyone else. How about we will continue to learn online through the first quarter, or the data and benchmarks provided by ADH determine we can open for in-person instruction sooner?
The reason we need to change that so that I'm understanding Mr. Carr's reasoning. If we can put the first part, the second part first, and then put the online learning second. So what people read first, because if you think people are only going to remember half of what you say, we want them to remember that we're working to open our schools. And that in the meantime, we're going to do exceptional online learning. So could you, I'm sorry, if I had 15 minutes to write this out, I could figure it out, but doing it without sitting in my own little desk in some peace and quiet is rather difficult.
We're still wordsmithing, so let me offer this, and you may want to add your first quarter thing here, but it is similar to Ms. Wood's initial shot at it. Begin online learning August 5th, and open schools as soon as it is safe to do so, period. Utilizing Department of Health Services data and metrics to determine the date when in-person learning will begin.
Dr. Santa Cruz, can you give me just 1 minute?
Go ahead.
I just want to write something down.
I think we're all just kind of
I would second that.
spitballing here.
Say, can Can you repeat yourself one more
Dr.
time?
Sanchez, can I suggest maybe we just take a 2-minute break, or just not even a break, but just give everyone 2 minutes to kind of think through their wording and suggest it?
Not a
Yeah.
problem. Is everyone okay with that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Charlie?
my tokenization came into place with federal government was getting tired, and the industry itself was getting tired of people having filing cabinets or putting credit card information on an Excel spreadsheet and literally having all of it. And so all I had to do was break a window, knock in the door, open a cabinet, they had all those credit card numbers and start.
Okay, well, I have one suggestion.
Or break in the window, take your box, walk away, and just start looking through the computer.
Okay.
Got one. Yeah.
Okay, if we can reconvene. We apologize and appreciate your indulgence, those of you who are watching and those of you who are in the audience, struggling with wording for a motion that we can discuss and work through. We've been doing that for the last almost an hour. We're still in that mode. We now have a need for Ms. Uggetti and Mrs. Humphreys to cancel, remove their previous motion so that we can open for a new motion.
You mean?
Sorry. I removed my motion from the floor.
And I removed the second, and then I have a new motion.
Ms. Uggetti has a motion that she would like to read. Mr. Carr, are you still there?
I am still here. Thank you.
Okay.
Gilbert Public Schools will begin the school year and remain online until the Arizona Department of Health Services guidelines have been published, reviewed, and met. At such time, the board will reconvene. If the board votes to reopen after the metrics have been met, parents, teachers, and administrators will receive at least a one-week period to plan and implement their reopening strategies. We will open safely either by following the metrics or at the end of the first quarter, whichever comes first.
Except we have to meet the metrics no matter when that comes.
That's
I'm a
what I
little
said.
concerned about that.
Yeah, we will open safely either by following the metrics or at the end of the first quarter, whichever comes first. But, that could be a moot point. You want me to put,
well,
I think it's important to put.
Can I share this one? And I don't want to be a competing motion. I just want to share what I worded, because what I was going for was, Mr. Carr made the point about messaging and putting the part about reopening schools first. So I just want to share this, and then if we want to change some wording or something, Sheila, we can do that. So what I came up with is we will open schools after we meet the metrics established by the governor and Department of Health. Until that time, we will focus on exceptional online learning beginning August 5th and reevaluate prior to October 2nd if the governor's metrics have not been met. And I don't have anything in there about time to plan, but I feel like in the time that is there, we would know, this is pretty predictable. We can say, we're going to open schools in 2 weeks because we can see the decline and we can see that at this point we'll be ready to open. So I don't mention that in the motion, but I do agree with Mr. Carr's point that we want them to remember that we're working to open schools and put that first. So I don't know if you want to.
Will you repeat it, please?
Okay, sure. We will open schools after we meet the metrics established by the governor and Department of Health. Until that time, we will focus on exceptional online learning beginning August 5th and reevaluate prior to October 2nd if the governor's metrics have not been met. That way, we don't really give a date that we're opening schools. We're saying we're going to reevaluate if we need to at that point, and it would be prior to the end of the fall semester so that everyone could know before we left school on October 2nd what the plan is for when we come back.
I can, but I don't think I can second the whole thing.
Okay, what do you want me to?
If I may, I've got something somewhat similar that I drafted.
Well, let's listen, and then we'll decide which one we want to use or rewrite.
And I will give credit to a teacher who emailed this in as a suggestion that I then modified. That Gilbert Public Schools will begin in-person classes upon meeting the Arizona Department of Health Services guidelines. At such time, the board will provide teachers, administrators, and parents a 1 week notice to plan and implement their reopening strategy. Beginning August 5th and until the guidelines are met, courses will be held online.
That doesn't give us anything about the first quarter.
We will reevaluate prior to October 2nd if the governor's metrics have not been met. We can just add that last sentence. And then it gives us, it's not a date, we're not saying we're going to open, but it gives us a chance to talk about what our strategy will be if we continue without improvement. Can we add that to it, Mr. Carr?
So, yeah. So if I add, if the guidelines are not met prior, then the board will discuss August 2nd, something along that line.
And reevaluate prior to October 2nd. I mean, you can put the governor's metrics first. We will reevaluate prior to October 2nd if the governor's metrics have not been met. So it just gives us, it gives us a date, but it's not a date of opening schools. It's just a date of consideration.
Why don't we consider like every week until we open?
Well, because what I want is to give people some stability by giving them.
I know. So I'm back to, I feel like we're not taking care of students. We're opting for stability for adults compared to meeting the needs of students first. And I guess mine would be to table it until we can hear the metrics by the governor August 7th. Start back in school August 5th. Just go forward like we have planned. Table this and come back August 7th or the week after that, August 11th, and move forward after that.
I think we.
Could I offer the compromise of pulling that date in to the day after Labor Day? And that way we're at least meeting more frequently to reevaluate.
Well, I think I'm certainly happy to reevaluate it after Labor Day and look at where we are. But when I'm putting out a date for our community, I want to give a date that is far enough away that we have a very, I would say, if the state can get its act together and if we in our community can take the responsibility of doing the things we need to do on our end to stop the spread of the virus, wear a mask, wash our hands, et cetera, that it is very, I would hope it's realistic that before October 2nd, either we've met those metrics or we can reevaluate in a way that we know where we're going. And I can kind of see that towards Labor Day, but I don't want to have to move this date back. I would rather move it up and say, okay, look, we did better. Let's do it now. Then move it back and say, oh, we didn't quite make it. That's my concern about Labor Day.
I'm going to encourage us to either accept and second the motion read by Ms. Uggetti, accept and second the motion that's read by Mr. Carr, or accept and second the motion that has been presented by Mrs. Humphreys.
I will withdraw mine.
Ms. Uggetti has withdrawn hers.
Well, let's read each motion again, and then.
Mr. Carr, go ahead and read yours again, and then we'll listen to Ms. Humphreys.
Mine reads, Gilbert Public Schools will begin in-person classes upon meeting the Arizona Department of Health Services guidelines. At such time, the board will provide teachers, administrators, and parents a one-week notice to plan and implement the reopening strategy. Beginning August 5th and until the guidelines are met, courses will be held online. And then we've added, per Ms. Humphreys, the board will reevaluate October 2nd if the criteria has not been previously met.
I withdraw my motion. I will go with Mr. Carr's motion.
With the addition of the August 2nd information?
October.
October 2nd.
October 2nd?
Yes.
And I'll second it.
Okay. Mr. Carr has offered a motion, and it's been seconded by Ms. Uggetti and Mrs. Humphreys.
And if you don't mind, just read it one more time.
Yes.
And we'll read it one more time, and please forward that to Mrs. Wilson.
I will forward this to Mrs. Wilson. Gilbert Public Schools will begin in-person classes upon meeting the Arizona Department of Health Services guidelines. At such time, the board will provide teachers, administrators, and parents a one-week notice to plan and implement the reopening strategy. Beginning August 5th and until the guidelines are met, courses will be held online. The board will reevaluate October 2nd if the criteria has not been previously met.
Okay, can I just add a couple words prior to October 2nd? Just that we need, so that we meet prior to that, and maybe we can even give a date. September, is September 20?
If we're going to modify that, I would love to move that date in. But
Okay, can we move it in? Do we have a business meeting on September 29th or September 22nd?
I think we can evaluate it
Yes.
on a weekly basis when the governor comes out with things without even.
Well, I think we can, but again, I'm just trying to put a date in there. And the date I'm trying to put is that by the end of our fall quarter, by October 2nd, we will have looked at this again if we haven't met the metrics, and we will know where we're going for the next quarter. And so I could pull it in. I mean, I don't know what. Okay.
Is that too? That would be a week. Well, actually, you'd have
a week of
plus fall break, but they need to have fall break off. We don't want.
Well, yes, but they would have. So if we could look at making a decision on the 22nd, that would give them almost 2 weeks before fall break. So I would be willing to put the date of September 22nd.
To reevaluate.
To reevaluate and notify the community of, I don't know, is that okay instead of October 2nd? Does anyone?
Well, I still think we need to do October 2nd, but we can reevaluate.
Reevaluate on September 22nd.
I'm still confused.
September 22nd?
September 22nd.
That would be our regularly scheduled board meeting.
Would it, and again, maybe I'm pushing this, we're trying to find a compromise, but would it make more sense to do it with the grading period?
Would be the grading period.
Yes.
The end of the first quarter.
Oh, sorry, I'm used to the mid-quarter grades, but
You could put grading, the end of the grading period. I don't think that makes any difference, does it, Dr. McCord? It could be the October 2nd or the end of the first quarter.
Okay, we have listened.
Okay, so the date we decided was September 22nd.
Correct.
Okay, so just read it again one more time to make sure we've got it the way we want. I mean, we've worked really hard to get to this point. And I need to hear it one more time.
Gilbert Public Schools will begin in-person classes upon meeting the Arizona Department of Health Services guidelines. At such time, the board will provide teachers, administrators, and parents a 1-week notice to plan and implement the reopening strategy. Beginning August 5th and until the guidelines are met, courses will be held online. The board will reevaluate prior to September 22nd if the criteria has not been previously met.
Okay, you can take out prior to and just say September 22nd.
Does everyone have enough information to vote, or is there still a need for additional discussion? I'm going to accept that as you're ready to vote.
Okay, did Mr. Carr made the motion, did somebody second it?
I seconded it.
Yes, it's been moved and seconded. You have heard the motion. Ms. Wilson will receive it via a forward from Mr. Carr. It's been read 3 times. We will now vote. All those in favor of the motion as stated by Mr. Carr and adjusted, please signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. And I recognize that that's my motion. I just strongly feel like putting that date in there sends the wrong message to parents.
Okay.
But I recognize that it's a compromise, and we will all work towards making it work.
Okay, motion passes 3-2. And we have something in place. We will now move to item 7.04, approval of a resolution regarding Governor Ducey's executive order. Dr. McCord.
Thank you, Dr. Santa Cruz, governing board members. Before you, I have a resolution that I'd sent to you before the board meeting, and essentially it just resolves the fact that we will follow through on the governor's orders. So it's essentially what I talked about in the presentation.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Mrs. Humphries. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Uggetti. Any discussion?
Well, I just want to thank our administration, because I know they're going to have a lot of work ahead of them to implement this executive order, so thank you.
And I had prepared a statement. I'm not going to do the whole statement, but I would also like to echo that I'd like to thank Dr. McCord and the cabinet and all the other wonderful people that have dealt with the pandemic over the past several months. Just when they have a plan in place to handle the situation, something unforeseen occurs. At this point, there's absolutely no handbook to guide them, and they're superheroes in my book.
Hey, I think that needs a round of applause. Sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Ugetti. Any additional commentary? My only comment related to the resolution is that the executive order makes the superintendent responsible for a great deal over which he has no control. And we need to recognize that fact. And embedded within the verbiage of the executive order, and even to some degree the resolution, we need to understand that that's there. And this COVID issue is so unpredictable and so volatile that I will only say I appreciate that Dr. McCord and the cabinet staff, and as we move towards online and reopening schools, our faculty and staff and all of the work they will do to try to mitigate this disease and to try to move us forward in the best learning mode possible. So thank you all for that diligence and that effort.
And Dr. Santa Cruz, if I could add to that.
Yes, go ahead, Ms.
Just the parents who will actually be sitting with their children at home as well in this extended period of learning, which we forget sometimes, but
absolutely,
they're going to be doing a lot of the heavy weight, and I think they should be acknowledged as well. So,
absolutely, that certainly goes without saying, and I appreciate your adding that. So, with that, the motion is before you. Item 7.04, approval of a resolution regarding Governor Ducey's executive order. Yes, sir.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I just was looking through it. I had discussed with Dr. McCord earlier today and was still reading through it to see if a conversation that we had talked. One thing that I would like to modify it on that is that the resolution needs an expiration date. Although it implies that it is for this school year, it does not state that clearly. And so without an expiration date, 10 years from now, someone could find it and say, hey, I still have all the authority to do all of these things.
Okay. I think we can add the date without too much consternation there.
This resolution expires on
July 28th.
Let me look at the executive order. This order shall remain in place for the duration of the 2020-2021 school year that ends June 30th, 2021.
Okay.
Does that,
so we'll
Mr.
just
Carr,
add that,
what do you think about that?
Add that language to the end then?
Yep.
Yes.
I think that's perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So with the addition of the language related to the date of expiration, you have the motion before you. It is time to vote. All those in favor of the resolution with the appropriate expiration date, please signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, same. Motion carries 5-0. Item 8.01, any requests for future agenda items? Nothing to verbalize at this point, but if you have something, please make contact with Mrs. Wilson so that we can add it to our next agenda.
Dr. Santa Cruz, I was going to bring this up during 7.03, but we kind of got long-winded there. So perhaps if I can put this on for either recommendations from the superintendent, but I think related to the opening, we need to have a conversation about extracurricular activities and sports. Right now, AIA is moving forward. We're not meeting in person. I believe the AIA assumption is that they are letting practices start based on that August 17th date, and we'll have sports, et cetera, barring a change. We're kind of leaving our athletic programs in limbo without any direction. And then the other thing that I'd like to add related to the opening of schools, that this is a suggestion that came from a parent who has several elementary schools, boys, and she said, is there any way that with the schools opening on the 5th, we can at least open up the libraries so that we can continue to have our children read? And so I'd like to have a discussion on how we can facilitate that type of thing and do so safely. And then we also, at the last board meeting, highlighted a couple of policies, including the attendance policy that we thought needed to be suspended or amended for the year. And we've not yet discussed that.
So, do I hear you correctly that you are suggesting those 3 items for the August 11th meeting?
If we want to throw 2 of those in there and tonight, I think it's part of opening the schools, the first 2. But yes, otherwise we're going long tonight. So,
Or your preference would be to open that discussion at this time?
I'm a little hesitant.
Particularly the sports.
You already voted.
Yeah.
Particularly the sports in the library. I think we need to give direction, but we need to do it as soon as possible.
Well, I understand that, Mr. Carr, but I'm a little concerned that while that is part of opening schools, that's not specifically in our agenda, and in an abundance of caution, even though I think it would be a good idea to discuss it tonight, I think we should wait so we can agendize it, because somebody who's interested in libraries or athletics would maybe want to comment or send an email or something. And so that's my concern, is just that it is a part of opening schools, but it's a little bit beyond the discussion, and it wasn't on the agenda.
Question, Dr. McCord and Mr. McDowell. Do we run a risk, are we in any jeopardy by not acting on Mr. Carr's suggestion this evening?
This evening, no, I don't believe so. And I'm thinking probably more about athletics because they can start practice on August 17th. August 11th, we're cutting it close, but I think we'd be able to provide you more information. If we feel that we need to meet sooner for that specific purpose, I will alert you and will alert the board that maybe we need a special meeting related to that.
And just for your information, Mr. Carr, I had a very brief conversation with Mr. McDowell just about the general things, and the AIA is still unresolved in a lot of its approaches. Am I correct there, Mr. McDowell? Okay. Okay.
Dr. Santa Cruz, if you could just repeat what he said, I could not hear.
I'll have him come to the microphone.
I apologize. Yeah, Mr. Carr is correct. As of right now, the AIA is planning on starting sports on August 17th. That will be all fall sports. Obviously, with decisions being made tonight in boardrooms across the state, that could change at any moment like anything else. But as of right now, August 17th is a date picked to start fall sports.
And we are scheduled to meet on August 11th. According to Dr. McCord, that's cutting it close, but we could meet that agenda item and all of the nuances related to it at that time. Does that work for you, Mr. Carr?
Yes, thank you.
All right, then we will take your agenda items, if you'll deliver them to Mrs. Wilson so we don't forget them for the August 11th agenda.
Dr. Santa Cruz, real quick.
Yes.
So do we continue with that plan for sports in place until we discuss that, or what?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we would
Okay.
just
Nothing
remain
changes
status
and-
quo until.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think the impact is negative towards our sports program at
Okay.
this point, and the 11th will validate and confirm with the information we receive at that time. Fair enough? With that, we have some agenda items that Mr. Carr has now represented and asked to be placed on the August 11th agenda. Any other items? Seeing that there are none, we'll move to item 9, Board Committee Reports. Gilbert Education Foundation 9.01, Mrs. Humphreys.
We had a board retreat virtually and had a discussion. It's a challenging time to figure out how to connect and have that community engagement when we're all trying to stay 6 feet apart. So we're just working on some ideas for fundraising for Gilbert Education Foundation.
Thank you, Mrs. Humphreys. 9.02, City of Mesa Liaison, Mrs. Wood.
Nothing to report.
Thank you, ma'am. 9.03 and 9.04, Town of Gilbert Liaison, Mr. Carr. And if you'll follow up with 9.04, Finance and Audit Committee.
Just the Mayor Daniels communicated with me today and expressed the town's desire to support us in any way possible as we consider how to restart and how to serve our students. We live in a great town that wants to support education, and the audit committee has suspended meetings for the time being, so no report there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Item 9.05, Insurance Trust Representative, Ms. Ujetti.
Nothing to report.
Nothing additional to add. And 9.06, Legislative Information, nothing to add at this point from me. Item 10, meeting dates. Dr. McCord?
Our next meeting date will be August 11th, which is a board work study and brief board business meeting. August 18th is a policy meeting, and August 25th is another board business meeting.
Thank you, Mr. McCord. It's been a very long, engaging, and I think relatively productive meeting. I appreciate the indulgence and the work of the board tonight in trying to wordsmith something that might make sense in terms of the reopening of schools and all of the hard work from staff and those who are getting ready to begin their online learning. Item 11 is adjournment. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you, Mrs. Humphreys. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Ujetti. Typically, no discussion unless anyone sees fit that needs to happen. Otherwise, all those in favor of adjournment, please signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, the same. We are adjourned.